Mic is a bit screwed up there. There we go. Hi, it's skycat.live. What's up? It is I can't get a I cannot get a there we go. Windows is sucking dick. Sorry. 329. It is 329 2024 9 p.m. I can't get a taskbar. Where's my taskbar? Where's my fucking taskbar? And 329 2024 9 p.m. right? And it is a Friday night. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I did 2.5 hours of a Fortnite session with some music earlier. And now I'm here to play some MMO RPGs. Today we'll be playing some FFXI Horizons, some EVE Online. I had me a nice, healthy glass of wine here, so I'm a little bit tipsy. It feels good. And we're going to be doing some EVE Online. And so I am currently out at... Oh, I need you to stop doing that. I'm currently out at Volvo. And we will drop the big screen. And there we are. Okay, so now teleport with Gil. No, I wish to kill things here, and I want to charm not that. I want to charm something stronger, like EM. Yeah, like that EM lizard. Yeah, I want to charm him. Yeah. Then I want to familiar him, and I will use him to kill things. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Die, rabbit. Oh, are we gonna wait? I don't know. Yeah, maybe I don't want Rabbit Link. I don't want Rabbit Link. Come back. I don't want Rabbit Link. Bring it here. Bring it here. No Link, no pop aggro right off the fucking bat. I'm really not in the fucking mood for that. There, fight. Okay, and there we go. We're fighting a rabbit. Everything is coming up, Skycat. Then we will go out and take a look if there is a belt. Oops. Take a look, see if there's a belt. There is. Okay, we go out to the belts then. We will take a look at what our inventory is. It is empty. We'll go out to make some more money. Oh, you know what I didn't do is yesterday I did not drop my dose, which is annoying, but that's okay. It's okay to lose a day. I'm not really too worried about that. Master at Arms, consume. Let's see how hers is. My main. Augmentations. Yeah, Master at Arms for 8 more hours. Yep, seems good. And then, yeah, and we'll go out in Machinas and make some monies. Make some monies. Make some funny monies. We go out to make some monies. And, yeah, how's this thing going? Yep, Sand Lizard's good. Gonna heal him. Gonna kill this beach bunny. Gonna move this thing over here. I feel like something changed, like I have a different resolution or something, which is kind of weird. It seems kind of weird, but whatever. Kill my pretty bunny, kill. Saga Lakshmi. Oh, Sage Lakshmi. Sorry, Sage Lakshmi. Sage from Lakshmi. Okay. Die, you. 107. No loot. We're gonna just wait. I hear people mining already. Or not mining. No. Warp.
Warp drive
active.
Warp drive active.
Zaltotune. Janya. Zaltofun. Zaltotune. Zaltotune. Wake up. Good, good. We're getting healing and stuff. Now, why does it sound like you're teleporting or warping? There we go. Okay, so yep, and we out here. There is another Mackinac out here. We have Coes. So we're gonna go out to the farthest away one. The farthest away one. I guess I'll form a fleet. Good. And out we go. And here we are. So, I am trying to go stick a sand lizard on that goblin alchemist, and I need a Utsusemi. I should flag up, and I should look for a party. It's weird because it feels like the performance is better for some reason now that I've updated the client. Yeah, it seems different, but eh. Ooh, re-race 3. That might actually... I might keep that. It might be worth a lot, actually. Ouchies, that's starting to really hurt. Get off him. I want you to sick him. No, I want you to sick. Oh, he fucking petrified the gob, I think. Did it not land? It didn't land. You can't petrify gobs. Oh god, he's gonna kill me with Banished God too. No, no, no. No, no, no. Run, run, run. Oh, thank god I got out. And the bomb toss. I didn't know, I didn't know. Alright, well, I win. 400 damage would have come through and killed me. I thank god I got out. Yep, just sit down. Let the gob kill him. It's fine. Or lizard, I mean. Okay, so I want to hear some EvE music. We're gonna go loads, or no, I'm gonna listen to a YouTube actually. So I have a video all picked out. This is called the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Rant. This game is not a masterpiece by Big Dan Gaming. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Games anymore. Rebirth is a complete and utter chore to finish, filled with tedious gameplay mechanics and uninspired world design that was outdated 10 years ago. Really? You've got us climbing radio towers like it's Far Cry 3?
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
On top of this, Square Enix once again rewrote significant portions of the original FF7 plot, and many of these changes represent a severe downgrade in dramatic storytelling. And yet, nearly everyone is glazing Rebirth. I see tons of reviews calling it a masterpiece, a 10 out of 10, and a luck for Game of the Year. I guess all it takes are fancy graphics and nice music to impress most people these days. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not a masterpiece, not even close, and in this video, we're going to break down everything that's wrong with this game. We're going to explore major issues with the combat, minigames, open world design, side quests, and of course, the story. There will be spoilers in the story sections of this video, so keep that in mind if you haven't finished the game yet. Without further ado, let's buckle up, grab some iced coffee, and dive into my critique of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Before I dive into everything I hate about FF7 Rebirth, let's start with the positives. The graphics look amazing, the voice actors did an incredible job bringing some of my favorite characters to life, and the music slaps once again. Square Enix certainly nailed the presentation aspects of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They just failed when it comes to gameplay and storytelling, which are far more important for a video game. Man, they really did pull me in with the nostalgia. I don't think I would have been able to finish this game if it weren't for my pre-existing attachment to the characters and story of the original. Aside from the characters and presentation, the combat is the strongest part of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. When I made my long-form critique of FF7 Remake back in 2020, combat was one of the main things that I praised. But at that point in time, I hadn't experienced many of the trend-setting action combat games. I hadn't played Dark Souls, Dragon's Dogma, Monster Hunter, and obviously newer releases like Elden Ring, Ghost of Tsushima, and Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, because they hadn't been released yet. Now that I have played more games in this genre,
I want to buy Grand
say,
Blue Fantasy
the combat
Relink.
in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is mid-tier at best. Compared to the best action games, Rebirth is a tedious slog. For starters, the enemies have way too much health and armor. Defeating enemies in Rebirth is a chore, not because they are difficult, but because it just takes forever. This is true both for trash mobs and bosses. Many of the boss fights in this game take upwards of 10 minutes solely because their HP bars are bigger than Tifa's assets. By comparison, my successful run against Melania, one of the hardest bosses in Elden Ring, took me 4 minutes. And that fight has 2 phases. I wouldn't mind longer boss fights if the combat mechanics were more engaging. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink has tanky bosses, but the combat abilities, team synergies, and boss movesets are so much more exhilarating to deal with. FF7 Rebirth is mostly just a battle of attrition, auto-attacking until you build up your ATB meter, hitting them with whatever magic they are weak against, waiting until your most powerful abilities come off cooldown, and block spamming. It gets boring very fast. The CC and stun locking in this game is crazy too. There are many occasions where taking one hit leads you to getting wombo comboed into like 3 more attacks before you can regain control of your character. Now I can sense someone out there is typing an angry comment right now, but Dan, FF7 Rebirth isn't an action game. It's a tactical strategy game too. And sure, you have the tactical pause menu, but the strategy ain't that deep, bro. Most of your strategy will revolve around building your ATB meter so you can use abilities, select whatever abilities or magic the enemy is weak against, and swapping characters to cheese enemy aggro. It's still mostly an action game with a few tactical elements bolted onto it. At this point, I think FF7 Rebirth would have been more fun as a turn-based game, because as it stands, it doesn't excel in either strategy or action.
Your skill has
if I
increased.
want to play an action game, I would rather pick up Elden Ring or Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. If I'm in the mood for tactical, then I would rather play Dragon Age or Baldur's Gate 3. FF7 Rebirth melds the two genres together, but doesn't do either of them well. If you like the combat in FF7 Rebirth, more power to ya. There is enough depth here that I can see how someone would find it engaging, but I don't think it stacks up well when compared to other titans in the action game genre. Anyhow, now that I've rambled on for combat long enough, let's move on to the newest addition to the FF7 reboot series, the open world. I play a lot of open world games. I'm a bit of an open world game junkie, and I have to say, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has exceeded in creating one of the most uninteresting, boring worlds I have ever had the misfortune of exploring. You'll partake in riveting activities such as scanning rocks, scanning more rocks, climbing radio towers,
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
killing mobs, digging up crafting blueprints with your chocobo, looting all the chests in a location, and scanning rocks. You will scan a lot of rocks in this game. If Starfield got a ton of criticism for creating lackluster open world content, then FF7 Rebirth deserves just as much criticism, because this content is hot garbage. It's worse than a Ubisoft game. I mean, they really put radio towers in the game like 10 years after Far Cry got memed on for the exact same thing. Say what you will about Ubisoft games, at least they create puzzles and moderately fun gameplay activities to fill up their open world maps. I had fun with Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla, and I wouldn't say either of those games are like a gold standard for open world content. Not even close. But it's a hell of a lot better than Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Just off the top of my head, some open world games with better side activities are Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon Forbidden West, GTA 5, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4. I mean, literally any open world game has better content than Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The open world content in Rebirth is technically optional, but skipping out on it will hurt your progression. You need to complete at least some activities to develop new materia, most notably summon materia. In the original game, you would find summon materia throughout the main story, but now you have to scan rocks and complete combat simulation trials to unlock them. You could easily spend over 30 hours doing open world bullshit in Rebirth, and from the standpoint of having fun, none of it is worth your time. It adds absolutely nothing of value to the game, and only serves to pad out the length of the experience. Speaking of which, let's talk about the padding. The original Final Fantasy VII was roughly 30 to 40 hours, depending on how much exploration and level grinding you did. But since Square Enix decided to reboot the series as a trilogy that will easily total over 100 hours, they've had to add a lot of new content to stretch out the runtime. Now, I will say that the padding in Rebirth is not nearly as bad as the 2020 remake, which stretched the first 5 hours of the original game into over 30 hours, but padding is still an issue in Part 2. Most missions in this game take 3 to 4 times as long as they did in the original, with certain gameplay sections added in as pure filler. Some great examples are the Yuffie rope swinging chapter in Mount Coral, the Cait Sith portion of Shinra Manor, and pretty much the entirety of Gongaga, considering that town was like a 20-minute footnote in the original game. I mean, they literally have you repeat the dungeon section of that chapter, first as Cloud, then as Tifa. This is flagrant levels of padding, dude. It's blatantly obvious what they are doing here, stretching out each chapter for as long as humanly possible to make a full-length game out of roughly 15 hours of original content. Now, that isn't inherently bad, if they were actually adding something fun and substantive to the experience, but a lot of these filler gameplay sections are mind-numbingly boring. The Cait Sith dungeon section was by far one of the worst parts of the game, as you have to do these stupid box-throwing puzzles and a bunch of solo fights with Cait Sith, who feels like absolute dog shit to fight with. Another section that unnecessarily padded out the game is the end of Chapter 10 when you meet with the Gi. This whole plot arc wasn't present in the original game, and it adds nothing this time around. It literally never comes up again that the Gi are trying to get the black materia. Maybe it will come back in Part 3, but it's completely superfluous to the story. The padding in this game is even more frustrating when you consider that they also cut content that was in the original.
God damn it,
Not
I hate
only was
this.
the entire Rocket Town chapter cut, but Sid and Vincent aren't available as playable characters in Rebirth, even though we could recruit both of them before the end of Disc 1 in the original. Now, I will admit that the plot arc in Rocket Town was one of the dumbest in
Please
the
let me on the
entire
elevator.
game
Please
in
let me on the
original.
elevator.
The
Damn
idea
it!
that Shinra would
God
need to
damn it.
borrow the tiny Bronco from Sid was completely ludicrous. I would have been okay if they rewrote this part, but I didn't want to see Rocket Town yeeted out of the game entirely. At the end of the day, I think breaking up the remake into multiple games was a huge mistake. It fucks up the pacing of the story and makes it so they have to pad out each entry to justify a full-length game and a $70 price tag. But financially speaking, this was probably the right choice for Square Enix. But anyhow, this padding also includes a copious amount of new side quests. Generally speaking, side quests are some of my favorite content in RPGs. I love exploring interesting stories and fun gameplay, especially if there's some kind of choice involved. Final Fantasy VII Remake had some of the most lackluster fetch and kill quests for its side content. So did Square Enix learn any lessons and improve the quests this time around? Nope, no shot, brother. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has, hands down, some of the worst side quests I have ever played in an RPG. There are 36 side quests in this game, and the vast majority are simple fetch quests with extra steps. No narrative choices, no interesting gameplay, no substance, just slop. Sure, the quests might lack substantive narrative or choices, but is the gameplay fun at least? No, it's not. Square Enix seems to excel at designing the most brain-dead, tedious, and anti-fun gameplay scenarios humanly possible. Things like using a vacuum to sweep up Mako, plugging a cord to plug in a generator.
They always did this shit too in their dungeons. It drove me nuts.
Guiding black-robed men as they slowly shamble towards an objective, and dragging a can of bird feed on the ground to lure chickens into a pen. That last quest almost threw me into an existential crisis. I've only got one life on this planet, and I'm sitting here in my mid-30s, manipulating a can attached to a string to try and lure some digital chickens for this old bitch.
Nope.
Maybe I should have just gone to law school
for this old bitch.
Does anyone actually derive enjoyment from these activities? If this is what video games are...
he just straight up says it, like, for this old bitch. I mean, I'm sorry. That's kind of how I feel for like a lot of these quest givers and stuff. It's like often they're a stereotype, and I dislike the stereotype, and so at this point I just diss them. I'm like, fucking NPC, it's not gonna fight back, so I'm just gonna diss it verbally. I'm gonna verbally diss the NPC and be like, for this old bitch, you know. 10 years ago it would have been totally fine to call them that, but now you kind of trip on it because you're like, wow, he just full up said it, you know. But yeah, it used to be like that. I used to call people that a lot. You're like, oh, this old bitch wants me to go do this shit, you know. And it's like, like, it's so fucked up now. It's like fucked up now, but you still think of it that way. You still think of the word that way. You still think of it when you're doing it. You think of the word that way. You're like, fuck, this old bitch wants me to do this. What the fuck, you know? That's like how you think of it. You're like, ah. You don't say it like him though. I need silent oil, medicine, silent oils. Let's go. Okay, silent oil. Why aren't these sorted? There we go. Silent oil, 5,800. 5,800. Okay. ETA 5, like 5. Okay. I'm coming now. It's not my fault that they made fucking stupid ass Comrade this stupid.
Becoming, then I don't want to play video games anymore, dude. This shit is awful. The only thing this game is good at is wasting your time.
Yeah, like, I see this stupid shit that they do for side quests. I'm noticing that Horizon's kind of doing that to me a lot now. It's like having me do dumb side quests that really don't mean anything with like a lot of talking that doesn't mean anything to me, and my tolerance for that is like pretty much dead. Like, Bethesda used it up. There's way too much talking. I used to think it was really cool when a game was fully voiced and all this, but it's not really cool when they just spam the same shit over and over and over again, say the same shit over and over again. It gets really repetitive. The quests aren't very, like, they don't make me feel like I'm in sync with the game and I'm immersed in it. So I don't care. Like, for Horizon, I straight turned it off. I'm about to launch that game right now. I want Grand Blue, but 60 bucks is too much for a JRPG in 2024.
Coming into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I already knew the story was going to be very different from the original. Part 1 already made that abundantly clear with its introduction of a multiverse plot. Having multiple timelines helps the writers justify any differences, which I'm not thrilled about, to be honest. But I tried my best to approach things with an open mind. I'll be real, not everything about this story is bad. Even some of the new content was pretty compelling at times. For instance, I like how the Wutai War was integrated more seamlessly into the main plot this time around.
I don't. Wutai was never that big of a part of a plot point.
With Zack, mostly because I just like Zack. Many parts of this game adhered closely to the original plot,
Really?
at least in broad strokes.
I don't think
and these
so.
chapters were usually quite well done in my opinion. I enjoyed the opening chapter of the game, Red 13's journey in Cosmo Canyon, and the date night at the Gold Saucer. But the bad parts in Rebirth are really bad. Like laughing and cringing and ain't no way.
You are
bro,
not letting me
kinda
teleport.
bad. I don't want to recap everything from the story, but rather focus on some
What?
of the most significant changes, especially the parts related to Dine's
Okay,
story,
whatever.
the insane Gone Gaga chapter, and of course, the ending.
Why is
One of my
Conrad not
biggest
letting me
gripes
teleport
with
to
Final
fucking
Fantasy
Balbo?
VII
That is
Remake was
that
the
is
writers
redonkulous.
sanitized some of the darker
Waste of
moments in
time.
the original
Waste
game.
of time.
Things like the Sector 7 plate collapse
Fucking
and
so
the death
dumb.
of most of Avalanche. So I was really concerned with
I
how they
wasted
would
my
handle
time. I
the
should have
story
worked
of
at the
Dawn.
auction house.
And go figure,
I could have been
they
out there by
f***ed it
now.
up. The worst part is they got it like 95% right, but that 5% they changed completely ruined this plot arc and totally changed the underlying themes of the story. To quickly recap,
Yeah, this was
Dine and
not
Barrett
how that
came from
story
a coal
went
mining
at
town
all.
called Coral.
Yep.
At the urging of Barrett,
And
the
that stuff
townsfolk
really mattered. Yeah, that storyline was really good. It was really changing. It really made us think when we were kids. And like, and you did something about ghosts in the town square of Midgar instead. And we're like, where's the origin story of Tifa and Cloud and Barrett and all that? I mean,
cut a deal with Shinra to build a Mako reactor near their settlement.
Yep.
Since the town was struggling, Barrett hoped that making a deal with Shinra would give them enough money to improve their lives. But Shinra betrayed them instead and attacked the town shortly after the reactor was built. In the ensuing skirmish, Dine fell into a ravine and Barrett caught him just before he fell to his death. But before he could pull him back up to solid ground, Shinra soldiers rained down a hail of bullets on their arms, causing Barrett to lose his grip and Dine to fall into the ravine, presumably to his death. The significance of Dine's story is that it shows the different paths we can walk after losing everything. Dine and Barrett were similar in many ways, literally down to getting guns grafted onto the arms they lost. But the two men took completely different actions in the aftermath of the attack on Coral. Barrett channeled his hatred of Shinra into political action, forming Avalanche and taking out reactors in Midgar. He also channeled his energy into raising Dine's daughter, Marlene, one of the bright spots in Barrett's life that kept him going. Dine, on the other hand, became consumed by bitterness and nihilism. He became a mass shooter, killing random people at a casino to get back at the world for everything he lost. Dine's grief at the loss of his wife and daughter festered into a growing hatred for everything and everyone, including himself. This hatred was so intense that when Barrett informed
why won't you let me
him
go
that
to
his daughter
Balbo at
Marlene had
Conrad? What is
survived,
that?
his first
I'm a
suggestion
64
was that he
PSP.
should
What is
eliminate
that?
her
That's so
so that she could
stupid.
join her mother in
That
the
cost me
afterlife.
money and
Of course, this
time.
dialogue is cut from Rebirth. Dine challenges Barrett to a 1v1 fight, and you even manage to knock some sense into him. In the aftermath, Dine realizes he can never face his own daughter after what he's become. A
I lost
hateful,
my pet.
cold-blooded killer. A monster. And this specific part was actually represented really well in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Look at me, Barrett. You think I want Marlene to see what her father's become? Stop. With all this goddamn blood on my hands, how could I ever hold my daughter again?
Unfortunately, they did not stick the landing on the next part. In the original FF7, after Barrett defeats Dine, the latter man
Of
comes
course
to a
they
painful
didn't.
realization. I didn't just lose an arm back then, I lost something irreplaceable. That thing was his humanity.
Yep.
Stripped of everything he ever loved or cared about, Dine became a nihilistic, homicidal maniac. And realizing that he could never hold his daughter again after all the horrible things he had done, Dine decides to take his own life. So what happens in Rebirth? A random group of Shinra soldiers come in out of nowhere and take Dine out in a hail of gunfire. Not only is this comically bad writing, it also changes the core meaning behind Dine's final choice. Dine chose to end it all because he couldn't live with the pain of the monster he had become. He couldn't bear the thought that his daughter would see what he had become. Having a random group of soldiers kill him instead robs him of that decision. There are only two plausible explanations
He's
for such a
suicided.
ludicrous plot change. 1, the writers on this project are hacks, or 2, they didn't want to show a self-deletion in this game because for some reason suicide is far more taboo than murder in today's culture. So basically a form of self-censorship. One final change to the writing that also changes the overarching theme of this segment is Dine's final words to Barrett. In the original, Dine tosses his late wife's pendant to Barrett and tells him to pass it along to Marlene. The last thing he says to Barrett before he dies is, "Don't you ever make Marlene cry." But in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Dine holds on to that bitterness and tells Barrett to feel guilty forever.
You carry that guilt, that weight. Dine.
So rather than passing along a parting gift to Barrett and telling him to take care of his daughter, Dine basically spites Barrett permanently. It kind of reminds me of that dream sequence from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where Mac tells the gang with his dying breath, "I don't forgive you."
I don't
swear
forgive
to
you.
God, man. The writers at Square Enix just
Don't
love
forgive you.
f***ing this game up. And nowhere is that more apparent than Gongaga. In the
don't
original
forgive
Final
you.
Fantasy VII, Gongaga was a quick stopover before a more significant plotline at Cosmo Canyon. You show up into town, visit the reactor, have a quick fight with Reno and Rude, and a scene with Scarlet before departing. It takes like 20 minutes to get through this part of the game. Yet, in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, this section of the plot is padded out to over 2 hours in length. And the new content that's added in this chapter is horrendous.
Incoming emote.
After spending some time exploring the town, Cloud and crew will investigate a disturbance at the derelict Mako reactor. After killing some mobs and solving some environmental puzzles, Cloud squares off against the Shinra experiment dropped down by Scarlet. Then you repeat the entire level again with Tifa in one of the most blatant sections of padding in this game. But it's what happens after Tifa defeats Scarlet's robot that really baffled me. Cloud rushes into the action to rescue Tifa from Scarlet. After slaughtering a whole unit of Shinra soldiers, Homeboy has a brain fart. He gets convinced by a Sephiroth fever dream that Tifa is not the real Tifa, so he attacks her and knocks her into the Mako pool. This never happens in the original game. And then this happens. Ladies and gentlemen, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has officially jumped the shark. This is some of the worst writing I've ever seen. How Tifa manages to survive getting eaten by a weapon, surviving inside its materia belly in a pool of liquid with no way to breathe,
Yeah, like what?
is beyond me, dude.
Yeah, why did the game didn't suspend that kind of fantasy before? Why did you need to add it?
And they
Incoming
insert the
emote.
live stream memory sequence, which usually doesn't happen until much, much later in the game under completely different circumstances. So I wonder how that plotline is going to change in Part 3 as well. And after all this, Tifa just gets coughed up by the whale and proceeds on as if nothing happened. Why would she continue to trust Cloud after he literally tried to kill her? She never even addresses it. Cloud is the only one who mentions it at all. I can't, dude. I just can't. After the complete shit show that was Gongaga, the game does get better in the next few chapters. Cosmo Canyon was really good. Nibelheim was also relatively close to the original,
You've been
except with more
examined.
padding, including a 4th boss fight with Roche. This dude gets more screen time than some of the characters in the original game. Oh, and you also end up fighting Vincent,
What?
which again never happened before. The gold saucer date scene in particular was really well done, and I also really liked the Temple of the Ancients. Although it did start to drag on at the end when they added like 30 minutes of dream sequences into the mix. I was relieved when Cloud finally told Aerith to shut up.
Not even him.
Are you finished?
Are you finished?
Clock's ticking. Come on.
But then we get to the ending of the game, which, much like Final Fantasy VII Remake, has been an incredible source
I
of
am
controversy.
glad that I didn't play this game. I'm glad that I didn't play Final Fantasy 16. I believe the Squaresoft that I know and loved is dead, and the only thing left of it is what I'm playing right now. Unfortunately. I don't mean to be all doomer. I'm just telling you what I think.
And debate. Last week, I put out a video
I try not
breaking
to get
down
angry
the
or sad
ending of
about it.
Rebirth scene by scene. I don't want to rehash the entire thing here, so I'll put a link in the description if you want to delve deeper on the ending.
death of everything
At the
that I
end of
love.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, we are finally confronted with this whole multiverse business. We explore 3 competing timelines, one in which the world is completely doomed to Sephiroth's meteor and Zack is still alive, one which follows the plot of the original game, and another that follows the current timeline of FF7 Rebirth. Basically, when Cloud and crew defeated the Whisper King at the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake, they fractured space-time and paved the way for multiple worlds. Sephiroth's ultimate goal is to merge those worlds together into a singular universe where he can achieve his ultimate goal of smashing a meteor into the planet and harvesting the resulting energy to become a god. One of the big questions on all of our minds as we played through the game is what would happen to Aerith. She was killed by Sephiroth in the original, but now that the writers have committed to changing the plot, would they keep her alive this time instead? Kind of. Basically, when Sephiroth drops down to kill Aerith, Cloud parries his attack and saves Aerith's life. Yet we also get glimpses of Aerith's death, and since the game is frequently shifting back and forth between these different worlds or timelines, it ends up being open to interpretation whether Aerith actually survives or not. My initial takeaway was that she did survive, she leaves the Forgotten Capital with the whole group, and takes part in the final scene of the game with Cloud. But Cloud is the only one who interacts with her directly. It's like the other characters don't notice her at all. Also, she doesn't come along with our group for the rest of the journey, opting to return to the Forgotten Capital to continue praying, which is a strange decision. Finally, Cloud makes a promise to her to stop Sephiroth, but then the game ends with no promises await at Journey's End. And this is one of the most frustrating things about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and the remakes as a whole. The writers are trying to straddle the line of changing the story while pretending to preserve it. There are tons of examples of this. They want to save Aerith, but also kill her off. Or we fight a snake boss, but then lose in a cutscene, only for Sephiroth to come out of nowhere and impale it on a tree, because that's what happens in the original. Or Wedge survives the Sector 7 attack, only to get thrown out a window by Whispers at the end of the game. His death was confirmed during side content in Rebirth, by the
Fucking
way.
Whispers.
Or Barrett gets killed
Fuck
by
is a
Sephiroth,
Whispers?
only to be revived moments later by Whispers. All of this
Whispers?
reads like bad fan
The
fiction
fuck?
written by a
What are we
hack
talking
who
about?
didn't want to see beloved characters die in their favorite story. My view is, if you're gonna change the story, then just commit to it. Make Aerith and Zack alive again and just roll with it. But if you're gonna preserve the original, then stick to the source material. The writers are trying to do both, and it's not really working out, in my opinion. At this point, I've already come to terms with the fact that I'll never get the faithful reimagining of my favorite childhood game. If I'm still making YouTube videos in a few years, I'll probably play part 3 as well and make another critique. I'm in too deep at this point. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not a masterpiece. Neither was Final Fantasy VII Remake. The gameplay is tedious, the combat falls far short of other games in the genre, the story premise was doomed from the start, and the game is packed to the brim with garbage content. I'm so glad I'm done playing this game so I can spend some time playing something I actually enjoy, like Helldivers 2. If you like this video, be sure to subscribe to Big Dan Gaming for more RPG videos and reviews.
Will do,
Big
Big
shout out to all
Dan.
the channel members for supporting my content.
Thank
Until
you for the
next
excellent
time,
content from my
this has
stream.
been
I'd like to
Big
sub
Dan.
to your channel. When Endings Break Stories, a critique of Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah. I very strongly recommend Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Come on now. Let's listen about Boeing.
There's not many things in life that I'm afraid
Thank you,
of.
penguins.
I think my fears are pretty reasonable, not necessarily odd. Like the fear of dying, or being stuck out in open water with no way out, or something being located on the top shelf that I have to struggle to reach. But one fear that I do have that I actually get ridiculed for, and it's not without, I understand why, is my fear of flying. I have a very intense phobia of planes. I don't have a fear of heights, it's just being on a plane. You don't need to spit all the facts at me. I know all the statistics. It's the safest form of travel. Really, it's the safest thing humans do on a regular basis. it's probably more safe than me sitting in this chair right now. I get all of that. I know it's an irrational fear, but I can't shake it. It's just deep-seated. And I've flown 10, 15 times across the 29 years of my life, and every single time it's an anxiety-inducing, miserable experience. I just absolutely despise it.
Is a fear
Recently,
of
I've started to feel kind of vindicated in this fear, though. Whereas before, I was made the fool. People, you know, painted me as a clown for being afraid of flying. They couldn't wrap their head around why I'd be afraid of it.
I
Now
don't
there's been
trust
a lot of
them
people coming
anymore.
over to my side over here, because Boeing's been in some hot water. Their planes have just been falling apart in the skies, like the door blowing off, like all kinds of terrible things happening with Boeing's aircrafts. It's been aviation apocalypse for that company, and there was a Boeing whistleblower who was in an active lawsuit with Boeing who turned up dead under very peculiar circumstances. And now Boeing's CEO, as well as other top executives, are stepping down from the company, so it's just been this septic tank exploding with shit spraying everywhere here. A lot is going on behind the scenes at Boeing, and it's all very odd. Now, as most of you know, I run a show called Red Thread with Jackson and Windigoon, where we dive into
I didn't know
cryptids,
that.
conspiracies, cults, and cold cases, and we recently tackled the Boeing whistleblower conspiracy, which is about the Boeing whistleblower not taking his own life, but actually being murdered by Boeing for revealing the Krabby
Sounds about
Patty
right.
secret formula to their aircrafts, which is basically scrap metal. He was talking about all of these awful, like, safety violations and oversights for their aircrafts where they were knowingly putting scrap metal onto their planes. They weren't following protocol. They were doing a lot of shady things, keeping a lot of things off the books on purpose to meet production deadlines. He was a higher up in Boeing when it comes to like their aircraft safety and making sure everything functions properly, and he was really concerned and disappointed with how Boeing was handling things, so he started to reveal this information, break the magician's code, and now he's no longer with us, and the circumstances around his death are very odd. So I just wanted to talk about this and show you clips from that Red Thread episode, because since a lot of you know I'm afraid of flying, I've been asked a lot about my opinion on Boeing and the whistleblower situation and all of that, and it's one that I've been paying extremely close attention to and following every step of the way. So here's all the Boeing whistleblower conspiracy information, as well as my take on all of it. To really start picking apart the problems with Boeing, I think it's important to give a little bit of a history lesson behind them, so I'm going to play this clip from the Red Thread episode that kind of sets the stage for why everything changed so quickly for Boeing after a merger gone wrong with a fucking parasitic infestation that took over the company from the inside out. So, 1997, Boeing acquired McDonnell Douglas, which is now often seen as a misaligned merger. The merger was worth over $13 billion. McDonnell Douglas had found it increasingly harder and harder to compete with Boeing and Airbus, lacking resources to be able to work on new product development, and this merger was Douglas's way out of the industry. At the time, Boeing had an engineering-first ethic which was quickly overpowered after this change by McDonnell Douglas's more profit, money-making mindset. So you can see where the holes start to show here. And this is something that even in recent articles is mentioned quite a bit.
Well, it was a massive merger at the time. McDonnell Douglas had a significantly different ethos and like organizational structure behind the scenes, which kind of explains probably why they were in trouble in the first place. Because
Yeah,
Boeing,
you would think.
Boeing succeeded over them because they put technological innovation ahead of business in most senses. I mean, they were still a profitable business, don't get me wrong, but they definitely focused a lot on the engineering side of things, engineering excellence. And then somehow they merged with McDonnell Douglas, and McDonnell Douglas is the one that's steering the ship from then on. That has never made sense to me. Like, Boeing was the more profitable, more healthy company, and they kind of like saved McDonnell Douglas in a way by merging with them, and then McDonnell Douglas like kind of infects the company. It's never made sense.
I think it's just, I don't even think it's necessarily a product of the merger, it's a product of the time where everything became more profit-driven, so McDonnell Douglas's, like, ethos of money-making first probably is what was prevalent, not so much their structure.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So, this is very cool, man. Harry Stonecipher, the Boeing CEO at the time of the merger.
Sounds like a
was
Bond
also-
villain.
I know, it does sound like a Bond villain.
It's so cool. I love that name. I wish my last name was Stone Cipher. It's so fucking sick. Unfair.
So he was determined to change the idea of the company from engineering firm to a proper business. Tens of thousands of jobs were cut, and Boeing moved from Seattle to Chicago in 2001. This was done to remove the Strategy Council of Business from being directly associated with other units of the company, thus allowing them to focus more on business decisions and long-term strategy plans rather than meddling from people actually building the planes. With this drastic change in the company, where now it was all about money making first, print as many doubloons as possible, Mr. Krabs is running Boeing, they started to throw safety and quality to the wayside, at least according to the whistleblower and a lot of the things that were
Why
going
do you
on
always say
behind the scenes
Mr.
that were so
Krabs?
shady.
It's a bad
I want to continue setting
metaphor.
the stage here because the problems for Boeing really started to escalate over the last decade or so. Boeing created the Maneuvering Characteristic Augmentation System, or MCAS, which is now an infamous system, which I'm sure we're going to talk about very soon. It's described as one of their biggest and most fatal mistakes. It was designed to be a flight stabilizing software that would automatically adjust the aircraft's flight controls under certain flight conditions, but Boeing refrained from telling many people about this system, including the pilots of the aircraft itself.
What could go wrong, right?
Whoa, what?
So, MCAS obtained its data from aircraft's angle of attack, the AOA sensor, which is used to measure the angle between the aircraft's relative wind and its longitudinal axis. This in turn would help MCAS determine if the plane is at risk of stalling, then triggering corrective actions. If by any chance the information relayed from the AOA sensors were wrong or the sensors were faulty, the MCAS system could erroneously send the plane into a fateful nosedive. This is exactly what happened on the Lions Air Flight
Fateful
310 in 2008
nosedive.
and the Ethiopian
And that's exactly
Airways
what
Flight
happened one
302 in
great December
2019.
morn.
Tragically, everyone
God
on
damn it.
both flights died.
Just for audio listeners, Charlie meant to say 2018. There wasn't a
what did I-
difference. Yeah, you said
what did I say?
2008. 2008.
Oh, sorry. I meant
Yeah.
2018.
So anyone who was around at that time period though remembers when those two crashes happened because they were enormous in the news. It
Oh
caused
my
Boeing,
gosh.
it caused Boeing to ground all the flights. Hundreds of people died. It was a very tragic event.
Oh,
They also
man.
recalled the 737 MAX in response as well, if I remember correctly.
What? He
They
one-shot me after all that work? I put goddamn 55 arrows in you! Oh
Yeah, for
my
a 2 year
god.
period, I think, yeah.
So the sensor read data wrong and like pulled against the pilot to adjust, which caused a
Yes.
crash.
So the
Triple
AOA, the angle of attack sensor, which is a sensor on the peripheral, like the outside of the aircraft itself, could feed incorrect data to the MCAS system in certain situations, and then the MCAS sensors, or sorry, the MCAS system
word.
would operate on that incorrect information and essentially pull the plane.
Was
into a
there no
nosedive.
way to override it? You would
There
think,
was.
like,
There was.
No,
there
there
was.
is, but since they didn't train the pilots on it and the pilots weren't aware of it, they didn't know they could override that system. So it just
As we're going to get into, the reason as to why the pilots weren't educated about this is so infuriatingly greedy.
Yeah, alright,
and-
yeah,
Yep.
sorry, go ahead, keep going.
So, Boeing had insisted to airlines that the pilots did not need any additional training to fly the new aircraft, and even more damning,
What?
all mentions of MCAS were removed from the operations manual that the pilots relied on. As Boeing was in a losing race against Airbus, the 737 MAX needed to fly exactly like the 737, so that pilots didn't have to go through new simulator training for certification.
And remember, just real quick, I didn't write this, but remember that it didn't fly exactly like the previous 737 because the engines were more forward on
Correct,
the plane,
yeah.
Yep,
creating
it was
that
different.
creating that tilt. So because of that, that's why they introduced the MCAS to offset that, so that it would fly as close to the 737 as possible.
You make a system that makes it feel like the old one.
Exactly,
but you
so they
don't
can avoid-
accommodate for when that system doesn't work correctly.
Yeah.
Training the pilots would have taken a lot of extra time, money, and would be unattractive to potential airline customers. MCAS was the supposed solution so that in certain, very specific situations, it would slightly adjust the aircraft to correct its flight position to create a more similar
I'm not
flying
seeing
experience to the
damage, it's
previous
so
model
annoying.
that the pilots were used to. However, when this happened in the real world, pilots and MCAS were in a sort of fight with each other for controls, with pilots trimming the aircraft manually and then MCAS trimming it again, and this cycle continuing with the pilot unaware that there was a hidden system essentially acting against them. After the tragedies of the Lions Air and Ethiopian airline crashes, Boeing suffered a huge financial loss. In 2022 and 2023, they paid out over $1 billion to 737 MAX customers. They were charged with fraud as well as conspiracy and entered an agreement with the Department of Justice with the agreement that they were to pay over $2.5 billion. They also grounded the 737 MAX for nearly 2 years, with regulators conducting investigations, a move costing Boeing around $20 billion in fees and fines.
So they didn't end up making more money in the first place. They made these decisions to make more money, and now they've lost over $20 billion, which I'm not sure how much that is in the grand scheme.
They have
of
a
things.
net worth of 109 billion. So
109
That is actually substantial, then.
billion.
The negative publicity just continues to, accumulate day by day. For example, one United Airlines Boeing 777 experienced a wheel loss during takeoff. Another United Airlines aircraft slid off the runway upon landing due to the landing gear malfunctioning. There's been multiple instances of flames shooting out of engines that have been reported. Certifications have reportedly been falsified. Debris has been discovered near electrical wiring. Loose parts have been found in door panels. Components from scrap bins have allegedly been reused in installations and constructions of planes themselves. A Boeing 777 was forced to land after hydraulic fluid was leaking during takeoff. Additionally, engineers have been outsourced for low wages, with some employees reportedly being paid as low as $9.50 an hour. And the FAA criticized.
Come
Boeing's
on, man! What are you
safety
doing? Stop it now!
And there's
What are we
something more
doing?
that
Stop
Jackson
it!
Airport
What are we
from,
doing?
like,
Stop
2
it!
days ago.
What are we doing?
A
Stop
Boeing
it!
flight
You
engine
screwed up my
blew
opportunity.
Caught fire, and they had to emergency.
God damn
A
it!
week ago, this one I think a lot of you heard. The door blew off of a plane mid-flight.
Yep.
And
That's the one I focus on, yeah.
Oh, you've had.
Ah! Why are you walking
So,
forward? Come
most
on,
recently,
man!
Friday, January
Come on, man!
6th,
What are you doing here? I'm not
171
walking
passengers
forward.
and
You
63 members
are.
aboard the Alaskan airline flight 1282 on a Boeing 737.
Ah! What are you doing?
Departed from Portland
Stop
at
running me off the
5:07 p.m.
edge!
with no signs
I
of
was.
stress
I don't even have my
or
hand on the
accident.
keyboard at that point. What are
However,
you
minutes
doing?
later, as the plane reached an altitude of 16,000 feet, a loud bang was heard through the aircraft. A hidden emergency door
Damn
and
it.
its cover, known as a door plug, was suddenly sucked out from the aircraft, leaving a giant hole in its wake. The change in pressure was so strong that if passengers were sitting in the seats directly at the impacted door, they would most certainly have been jettisoned. Mobile phones were ripped out of hands, a t-shirt was ripped off the back of a young boy, the plane's interior around the gap was torn apart to its core, and the surrounding seats bent and misshapen. There's just so many examples of Boeing planes malfunctioning in recent years as the quality of their builds have apparently diminished behind the scenes. So we focused a lot on that airline door being blown off. That was one we harped on a lot, and diving deep into how that happened and all of the negligence and just irresponsibility behind it. The main thing that contributed to that is they didn't put the fucking bolts in on it. Like, they didn't finish actually putting the bolts in on the door. It's from top to bottom, so much has gone wrong with Boeing. And it's led to concerned individuals like John Barnett, the Boeing whistleblower, coming out to tell the public, inform them about what's happening with Boeing and how dangerous it is.
following this, Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun himself has encouraged customers to conduct their own reviews on 737.
Hey, we don't feel like paying for anyone to like check our shit. Can you guys just do it yourself and like let us know?
Just check the doors when you get on.
Encourages customers to check the bolts. Oh my gosh. Like, hey, next time you get onto one of our planes, just make sure all the screws are there.
Yeah.
You probably know where they're supposed to go.
Guys, it's probably fine, but don't take our word for it. In fact, we want you to do it yourself.
Yeah. And then in the court case, it's like, Your Honor, they checked the door. You know, it's
Yeah.
really their fault.
The onus was on them.
Every
it's
single
like-
passenger is deputized upon entering a 737 as an official certified inspector.
I'm gonna
No.
assume because Boeing's customers are the actual airlines and not us individually, so
Yeah.
maybe
Right.
he meant the customers as in the airlines conduct their own reviews.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
even then,
I imagine.
yeah, that's still such a dodgy thing to say. Still, like, hey, yeah, you guys should check the doors.
It's
You know,
funny
we
to
weren't-
imagine
we
that,
weren't
like,
looking.
when you sit down on a plane and the stewardess is giving you like the in-flight instructions, it's like, please ensure that all bolts and screws are in the correct place on the secret door you don't know you're sitting next to. Yeah.
Yeah, when the oxygen mask dropped down during an emergency, they also drop an Allen wrench. It's like, okay, now everyone
Incoming tower.
tighten your shit quick.
Oh,
Out of the
Oh,
89
no,
audits
it's
conducted
okay.
by Boeing, only 56 passed. They
Yeah,
found
so,
that
like-
Dawn What? No
This is
way.
A
No
ridiculous
way.
amount of failure.
What? They found that Dawn dishwashing liquid was being used as a makeshift lubricant during door fittings, and a hotel keycard was used to check a door seal, which are not approved practices.
I can't believe.
Bro!
I can't believe those are approved practices.
It's
Where
so
does
good.
where does it say in the technical guidebook that you can't use Dawn dishwashing liquid? What are you meant to use then?
I love
Nothing's
it's
cheaper.
like the Airbud argument. I mean, there's nothing in the rulebook that says a dog can't play basketball. Why can't I use a hotel keycard to check the door seal? John Barnett. He was an American-born aerospace engineer and longtime Boeing employee turned whistleblower. Born February 23rd, 1962 in Pineville, Louisiana, Barnett worked at Boeing for 32 years with a long stint from 2010 through 2017, working as a quality control manager for Boeing's 787 Dreamliner airplane at the South Carolina plant. As quality control manager, John was directly involved in ensuring each plane had passed supposed Boeing quality checklists, essentially being one of the few individuals who was innately aware and knowledgeable about Boeing's supposed commitment to producing reliable and safe aircraft. Due to stressful working conditions, Barnett's doctor advised that job-related stress would likely cause a heart attack unless he were to quit. He retired in 2016. Upon his retirement, John Barnett came forward to the press to make allegations about various claims of malpractice at Boeing. His initial claims first came to the BBC and included allegations that many employees were severely overworked and Boeing was not providing consistent and appropriate maintenance to the aircraft they were responsible for manufacturing. He also made the troubling evidence-based claim that the oxygen systems of the brand new Boeing 787 Dreamliner range of aircraft might be faulty or otherwise defective as a byproduct of lax maintenance at Boeing. He provided tests that showed a failure rate of 25% for the oxygen systems. In 2019, Barnett would appear in New York Times article where he would go on to make further claims about metal shavings that posed a danger to the aircrafts themselves. Boeing denied all allegations made by Barnett. However, the FAA has since conducted several reviews that seem to corroborate Barnett's claims.
Yeah, 25% for the oxygen systems. So 1 in 4 people on those planes are not getting oxygen in the case of an emergency.
That's still a positive
And-
survival rate. That's acceptable losses.
It's not bad, and they wouldn't need oxygen anyway because the plane will be in a nosedive. So it's
Yeah.
not gonna be much.
What are they gonna do? Tell someone?
Yeah, it's actually probably better for Boeing if no one gets oxygen, so that way
Yeah.
there's no squealing.
Have you heard that old conspiracy theory that the reason you brace with your head against the chair in front of you in a plane crash is to immediately break your neck?
Oh
So you
yeah,
don't
I
feel
saw
the
that.
pain of the crash. Or something.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
old
saw
Boeing survivors pose.
So then here's some more claims from Barnett. So, reprimanded for email usage, Barnett asserts that a senior manager reprimanded and downgraded Barnett for his usage of internal email services as a tool for expressing process violations in lieu of face-to-face conversations, which Barnett assumes had meant he shouldn't put problems in writing. This was seemingly a way for Boeing to avoid a paper trail of problems that Boeing would prefer swept under the rug, which is relevant with the Alaska Airline Flight 1282, which is the door blowing off, where Boeing apparently doesn't have any written documents pertaining to the faulty installation of the door module. Barnett also alleges that the manager pushed Barnett to get more used to working in the gray areas and help find a way while maintaining compliance. This speaks to a direct willingness and culture at Boeing where employees and managers are willing to sacrifice quality control to keep productivity high and ensure deadlines are met. Then there's also defective parts claims, where Barnett claims that a senior manager installed a defective, scrapped and dented hydraulic pipe in a plane. Barnett followed procedures and filed the complaint with Human Resources, which was unable to substantiate the claim after claiming they had followed through with an investigation. He also claims that he would go on to continuously raise issues of several more missing and defective airplane parts to management with the fear that they had either been accidentally or intentionally installed in aircrafts. Allegedly, management instead directed him to finish the paperwork on the missing parts without necessarily determining where they had gone.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
They fell into the
They'll
fucking
show
back
up.
rooms. Who cares? Just make note that they're missing. Barnett claims no further action was taken by managers. His claim that workers did not sufficiently follow component tracking procedures with the goal of preventing delays on the production line was backed up by a 2017 Federal Aviation Administration report that determined that at least 53 non-conforming parts were missing, with the order that Boeing take remedial action. Barnett additionally claimed that they had to change the locks on the scrap storage section of the facility where faulty or defective parts were kept because people would continuously grab parts from the storage to install on planes.
Fuck.
You have
They
to
have a
lock
real
up.
problem at Boeing.
You have to lock up the scrap shed because they keep trying to build planes with them.
Just fucking get rid of them, burn
Insane.
them. Stop
It's
this.
like-
Stop them
it's
from
like-
being installed in these planes.
It's like everyone's rats like running around scavenging. Like, no, stop,
Stop.
get back.
Yeah.
Tony Stark built this Boeing in a cave with a box of scraps. Metal shavings. Barnett further alleged that he had discovered what he described as clusters of metal shavings that were erroneously left near electrical systems for flight controls in several 787s. The safety implications of this was that if there were shavings, the implications of this was if the shavings were to penetrate the electrical wiring responsible for powering the flight control systems, the results could have been catastrophic. So, in 2024, Barnett continued to issue warnings about Boeing and their work culture and vehicle safety, particularly following Alaska Airline Flight 1282. Barnett would go on to file an AR-21, which is a law that supposedly protects airline safety whistleblowers against retaliatory actions by employers, with the claim that Boeing had undermined his career because he had raised safety concerns at the Charleston plant. It's worth mentioning he was in an active lawsuit against Boeing, and he was in South Carolina, and on Saturday, he was intended to provide further answers to questioning, but did not show up to the downtown office of Boeing's defense firm for the final day of the 3-day deposition. He did not respond to calls over that day or the following. He was found deceased shortly after in his truck at a hotel parking lot from what Charleston County Coroner's Office described as a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Prior to his death, Barnett reportedly told a family friend that, "If anything happens to me, it's not suicide." Boeing responded to his death by releasing a statement that read, "We are saddened by Mr. Barnett's death and our thoughts are with his family and friends." Barnett's family claimed that he was looking forward to having his day in court and hoped that it would force Boeing to change its culture, though was suffering
Nice,
from
I beat it.
PTSD and anxiety attacks as a result of being subject to hostile work environment at Boeing, which we believe led to his death. His lawyer told the CBS
Oh,
News
come
that he was in very good
on.
spirits and
You
really
killed
looking
him,
forward to
didn't
putting
you?
this phase of his life behind him and moving on. We didn't see any indication he would take his own life. No one can believe it. Barnett was found inside his vehicle, bleeding from his right temple with a silver pistol found in his hand and something allegedly resembling a note in the passenger seat. A groundsman told police that he had heard a pop around 9:24 a.m., but the rain had apparently muffled the sound. Barnett and his lawyers had filed their first complaints in 2017 in Barnett vs. Boeing. It seems suspicious, to say the least, that Barnett would commit suicide when his case was finally in the final stretch. Family member told his lawyer, Turkowitz, what was written on the note, but that it didn't sound like John. Which, I imagine it didn't.
It sounded like Harry Stonemason or whatever his name was.
Harry Stone Cipher.
Yeah, Stone Cipher.
I think the biggest thing that makes no fucking sense here is not only the timing of it, where he's like in the last phase of this, but also he decides to blow his brains out in the parking lot as opposed to his room. Why? That makes no sense. If he was going to kill himself, it'd likely be in his room, not in the fucking parking lot.
Yeah, that is a good point. I didn't think of that. Maybe he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to create a mess for like the house cleaners or something, and so he figured that his car would be the most.
Well, then he's creating a
I
mess
don't
for
know.
the tow truck company and every human being that would be walking outside and might see
Yeah.
a blood-splattered window.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why you would choose to do it in the car realistically.
Well, because he didn't
instead of-
choose to. It wasn't a
Yeah,
suicide
yeah,
that he
it
consented to.
It wasn't.
It
a
does ultimately seem
suicide.
unlikely that Boeing would plan to murder a whistleblower, but
No.
only because there
It's
are
someone
many other
else,
whistleblowers and
for
it would be
some
highly
other
impractical
reason.
for Boeing to assassinate all
It's
of
never
them.
what you
There's
think.
an interesting connection here where lawyers who drafted Jeffrey Epstein's 2008 immunity deal are also connected to those who created Boeing's, signed January 6, 2021, because Epstein needs to come up in every Red Thread episode somehow.
It's actually crazy that they are connected though.
So, with so many circumstances that serve as evidence of Boeing's malpractice, its failure of 33 of 89 FAA audits, the jammed rudder that caused a near miss in Newark, a wing coming apart on a San Francisco to Boston flight that was forced to make a premature landing, the use of dish soap and hotel room keys to check door seals, and of course, its failure to install a single bolt that would have prevented the door on the Alaskan Airline Flight 1282 from being ejected from the fuselage, It's impossible to believe that the company would be able to argue it hasn't broken the DPA. But as the DPA is written, the only actual requirements of complying with the DPA are that Boeing cooperate fully with domestic and foreign regulatory authorities in any investigations during the 3 years in which it remains in effect. It's essentially toothless. Yep.
Yeah,
It
because
is.
the whole thing's just saying like, well, you can make mistakes as long as you let us look at it. And they're like, okay.
Yeah. Or,
Yeah, but-
or you at least pretend to let us look at
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
as well.
Like with the footage being overwritten and all that.
Yeah, there's a piece of paper somewhere that says we looked at them. As long as that happens, we're fine. Yeah.
Boeing maintains that it has cooperated fully and transparently, but that it is unable to provide documents that the agency is seeking because it doesn't possess the documents and, indeed, no longer documents the repairs and procedures the agency is asking for documentation of, in reference to the installation and maintenance of the door. This is further evidenced and backed up by John Barnett's previous claims that Boeing has an internal culture that will aim to avoid any written record of faults and mistakes at any cost, choosing to lose documentation at any chance if it means they won't be held culpable, with evidence pertaining to their increasingly lax quality control and maintenance standard. This has all led to the enormous shift in public perception of the company. The once famous phrase, "If it ain't Boeing, I'm not going," is no longer relevant. Indeed, I'll be more comfortable flying an Airbus.
If it's
Airbus
Boeing,
plane
I'm
for the
not
foreseeable
going.
Future when possible.
If it's Boeing, I'm not going. Oh, what a sad state of affairs. If it's Boeing, I'm not going, is what they'll say now. A sad fall, you know? A sad fall.
That was,
Jackson,
that was meant for me.
I won't be comfortable flying any plane.
That was meant for me.
I won't be comfortable flying any plane.
You'll be slightly more comfortable if you're on an Airbus.
And I don't even
It's
think
definitely possible.
this is another aspect of it. I don't think it is Boeing who would have carried out a hit. It's not like the boardroom got together and had a discussion and said we need to kill this guy. Could have just been a single individual within the company whose career would be threatened by this information coming to light. So he just has it taken care of without consulting
true.
anyone else.
Yeah.
My main hang up with the whole assassination idea, and I agree with you, Isaiah, mostly. I think it's definitely possible that it was something like that. My main hang up with the idea is just how much I think Boeing would have been aware how much noise would have been generated by an assassination on a whistleblower, and I think they would have known that they would have had that kind of perception if that were to occur. So I don't know if it was necessary on there.
There's not many things
Oh,
in life that I'm afraid of.
You skipped
I think
it
my
like
fear
way
behind it is
back.
death.
Why?
His lawyer told the CBS News that he was in very good.
Damn it.
He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to create a mess for like the house cleaners or something, and so he figured that his car would be the most.
Well, then he's creating a mess for the tow truck company.
Just pretend to let us look at
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
as well.
Like with the.
Comfortable if you're on an Airbus.
And I don't even
It's
think
definitely possible.
this is another aspect of it. I don't think it is Boeing who would have carried out a hit. It's not like the boardroom got together and had a discussion.
No,
and
it's
said we need to
somebody
kill
else.
this guy.
It's
Could
never
have
what
just
you
been a
think.
single individual within the company
never
whose
what you
career
think.
would be threatened by
It's
this
something
information
else.
coming
He
to
has
light.
something else
So
that
he just
happened.
has it taken care of without
It's
consulting
never
anyone
what
else.
you think.
Yeah.
My main hang up with the whole assassination idea, and I agree with you, Isaiah, mostly. I think it's definitely possible that it was something like that. My main hang up with the idea is just how much I think Boeing would have been aware how much noise would have been generated by an assassination on a whistleblower, and I think they would have.
Yeah,
known
maybe
that
it
they
is
would
a
have had that kind of
suicide.
perception if that were to occur.
Sometimes the
so
simplest
I don't know if it was
explanation actually is
necessary
it.
on their end as well. Like
Maybe he did
like
just
was said
get
in the
all
document,
sad and
there's
kill himself.
A whole
It's
bunch of other
unlikely.
whistleblowers currently from Boeing. They already have this reputation issue.
But
It's-
killing a
I don't
whistleblower
see
in this
why it would be
situation is
necessary for them
very
when they're pretty
unlikely.
much
It's
invulnerable
unlikely. He's
anyway.
got a point.
Necessary is probably not the right word. Like, I feel like the reason they would have killed him in particular is just because of how high profile he. Like, I don't know any of the other whistleblowers. I don't think many of you do, but Barnett was in like the news. He was bringing these problems to the public sphere. Like, hey, Boeing's shit is made out of shit. Like, they're using scrap metal. It's not safe. I wouldn't fly it. Like, this kind of stuff. Like, he was a pretty important figure in getting people more aware of just
If you
how,
kill
like,
me, I'm gonna be so
poor their
mad.
quality was, and he had a very high ranking
Oh
position.
my
Like, he
God,
would
are
be
you
a
gonna
very
kill me? Yeah,
strong
no,
authority
no.
on just how bad their quality control is. So it's someone people would put their faith in to know these things. So I feel like he would be one of those people they'd be afraid of. Now, whether or not they'd necessarily be like, we have to kill him, I don't know, but maybe someone was panicking, like, hey, if this keeps going, if he keeps dropping these, you know, bombshells, we're going to suffer big problems. And maybe someone just, you know, impulsively decided we need to do something about it and decided to kill him. Because it just seems highly unlikely that someone who's right at the end of, like, a very passionate fight decides to take their own life. And if it's not suicide, then another thing that's equally possible is maybe Boeing started putting out like outside pressure on him, like, hey, threatening his family, we'll do something to them, we'll make sure your family's in financial ruin, we'll make sure their lives are miserable if you don't stop
True,
this,
yeah.
that kind of thing. Like they could have
coercive suicide.
yeah, they could have, like, coerced him into it. Like, they mentioned he was suffering from, like, PTSD and anxiety attacks. So maybe Boeing plays into that angle by making all of these, like, bigger threats that, like, make his anxiety even bigger and greater. So, like, even if they didn't necessarily get it, like, fucking Agent 47 out there, like, I still think they could have driven him to it, like, forced it upon him, which I'd still consider, like, a hit.
Yeah, that's definitely possible as well.
Do you know who Oprah Winfrey is? I do, because my mom used to watch a lot of Oprah Winfrey, and Dr. Phil as well.
Eric, you say that your mom f***s you?
Yes,
Oh.
she f***ed me so hard.
Does this happen often? Does she f*** you a lot?
Dude, Filipino hookers don't get f***ed the way I do.
Curiosity got the better of me recently, and I happened to Google my name online. And guess what I found? All of my personal information completely available for anyone to steal. Just kidding. That's because I have Aura, today's sponsor of the video. Click the link in the description to sign up right now. It supports my channel, and also you will protect yourself. And protecting yourself online is all about mitigation. All your information can be bought and sold by data brokers. It leaves you vulnerable to all sorts of online threats. Once again, Aura will fill that hole for you. Aura digs through the internet and identifies these different data brokers and opts out of their services on your behalf to protect your data online. These fuckers been peddling my deets for quite long enough, is what most people say before signing up for Aura. The amount of junk mail that I had versus the amount of junk mail that I have now, it's been noticeably different. And I have a bit of peace of mind knowing that my digital footprint isn't just easily accessible, because it really is. Google yourself right now, type in your full address and social security number. Don't do that. Also, Aura is an all-in-one solution, an antivirus, a VPN, password management, parental controls, identity theft insurance. It's awesome. There's a lot of stuff that they offer at a very affordable price. Also, getting started is simple. Click the link in the description or use the QR code. Go to aura.com/oompa to get your free trial today, motherfucker. Privacy is essential. You get a free 14-day trial by clicking my link or going to aura.com/oompa. Do it. We do it all the time. It's awesome. We love Aura. Fuck yeah, dude. And then we try to take the lessons she learned from Dr. Phil and Oprah and apply them to me and my father.
Open the door or I'm gonna throw rocks through your windows, you dumb whore.
And I was like, that shit ain't working. But then I turned out to be a commentary YouTuber. So maybe you can work, guys. Yeah!
We all have big dreams, and sometimes it's better not to dream that dream.
Oprah Winfrey is one of the biggest, most prolific daytime television
Sometimes it's
hosts
better not to
of all time.
dream
The
that
Oprah
dream.
Winfrey Show ran for 25 years from 1986 to 2011, so she old. And it even launched the careers of a ton of different TV personalities. Dr. Phil, for example.
In 1998, I went through the infamous beef trial. It was infamous for me. That was down in Texas, and the man who got me through that time was not my attorney. It was Chip Babcock. You need an attorney. But it was Dr. Phil McGraw, because he was the strategist for the entire trial.
According to Oprah's bio in the National
Strategist
Women's
for
Hall
the
of Fame,
entire
which
trial.
is a thing, out of all of her projects in her entire career, she has one message to tell everyone. Individuals should take personal responsibility for their lives and to improve the world. Now, what if I told you Oprah Winfrey is a big old liar? Burn her, burn her. Take her off television and stop.
Now you take that low-class trifling and get out of my house.
People are saying that Oprah is a massive liar. For one thing, her name's not even Oprah Winfrey, it's Orpah. Named after a character from the Bible, potentially Oprah is a force for evil.
Whosoever therefore shall be ashamed of me and of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him also shall the Son of Man be ashamed.
Okay. Now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute, please.
Why does everyone hate Oprah Winfrey, and why is she a liar? Now, I don't really know a lot about Oprah Winfrey, to be fair, but I've been seeing a ton of just negative shit about her recently. This might be maybe some reasons why I think potentially that people hate Oprah. I think maybe because she's defrauding people for millions of dollars and Weight Watchers, and then also using a diet pill, but like living a life of, you know, counting carbs in, carbs out, and being healthy and stuff, but instead she's just like, yeah, I'm gonna release a comedy special and take
Instead,
Ozempic,
she's on Ozempic.
and I'm 70 and I'm look great and stuff.
It's not a diet pill.
I think she looks great.
It's a
Yeah,
diet
pretty
shot.
nice. We're gonna be getting into a little bit of conspiracy talk here today, guys. By the way, I'm not anti-Oprah. I was just kidding. I think Oprah is a all right
She's
person. I
fine.
guess she's one of
Yeah.
the super elite.
She was trying to help
Right
people.
up your alley, I guess, right? You feeling at home here, Mr. Gates?
Projects is the way to go.
I think she's a billionaire or some shit like that. Some of the stuff we're going to discuss is quite controversial. All right, everything is
God, Bill
alleged.
Gates
All right,
creeps
it's
me out.
implied. It's not a statement of fact. This is just a pure entertainment. I saw some crazy shit online, some crazy rabbit holes, and I was like, I got to make a video about Oprah.
I'm not lesbian. I'm not even kinda lesbian.
Weight loss guru? More like liar! The biggest thing that's been in the news lately is Oprah has been a shareholder and board member for Weight Watchers for 9 years. Weight Watchers
no,
is a
and
little
they're starting to
thing
hate her.
people watch their weight, I guess.
Whether you're a dine out or take out or veggie person, definitely not just veggie person. Bread lover or cheese lover. All you have to do is answer personal assessment questions and get scientifically matched with a proven weight loss plan.
In 2015, she announced that she partnered with Weight Watchers after being approached by them and liking their goal message, whatever it may be. Classic Shark Tank type stuff. Oprah had publicly struggled with her weight for years, but liked the program enough to partner with the brand and aid in its evolution. Having Oprah attached to your brand, huge Oprah win. Her partnership with the company netted over $221 million, which is crazy. She has a captive audience. Hey Oprah, would you like to partner with Sour Boys Candy? Sour Boys Sour Candy Company. It's called go to sour.gg. We sell out all the f***ing time, but we restock every Friday. We've been consistently restocking Fridays, so if you want to get sour candy, it's Friday, all right? Sour.gg, we sell out every f***ing Friday, sometimes into Saturday, but it just depends. Also, we have a new flavor coming the next week. We've got two brand new flavors right now that nobody's ever seen before. Maybe there has been cotton candy, sour candy. I'm not sure. We got cotton candy and cherry mango. The next one we have is a little thing called snowberry. Anyways, Oprah is no stranger to insane body transformations. 2012 Oprah versus 2018 Oprah. How about 2024 Oprah? She changes a lot. It's all the adrenochrome from those billions of dollars she has. Or whatever, allegedly. I don't really know. She looks great, by the way. In 2018, she looks happy and she looks nice, and I've always really liked Oprah's energy. She's also 70? Are you f***ing kidding me? I didn't know she was 70. That's not f***ing fair. That's insane. She looks amazing. Oh my god, I feel like a f***ing rotting fruit in the sun compared to Oprah, and she's 70. She's 43 years my elder. What the fuck? Oprah loves bread.
I love bread.
Bread.
I love bread.
Bread
I
is
now
very
just
bad
manage
for you.
it, so I don't
kidding.
deny myself bread. I have bread every day. I have bread every day.
Dude, same
I have
Oprah.
bread every day.
Same. Finally, someone gets it. My sister just started making sourdough because she's like everyone
Yeah,
else.
my mom just
making
started
sourdough.
making
There's so
bread.
many people. She's been doing it for like 2 years though. She's really good at it. These commercials give me PTSD. I'm going to be honest because I used to see them a lot. I feel like I saw them when I was a kid, but I couldn't have because I wasn't a kid when these came out. But I I remember them really well.
What's great about the Smart Points program is you do both. It's not counting calories, it's counting points, which actually is like kind of a game. Having the points literally gives you accountability. When you realize that you don't have to give up anything, that's when you can really manage everything.
No, Oprah, we don't give a shit. We don't give a shit. Everything you talk about, we don't like because we learned what you've done. Oprah has done a very good job trying to really appeal to people's emotion to join Weight Watchers in spite of, being heavily paid, heavily profiting off of all this. You'd think this is her lifestyle, right? And it seems like it is.
Can I tell people what happened if they don't know what happened? Do you mind?
Okay,
Okay, so Oprah, what, 10% of the company? Is that what you bought?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so the stocks were trading at $6 a share. She goes, like $40 million
Yeah.
put in. In one day, she made $45 million. It doubled by the end of the day.
Oprah apparently fails every time she tries.
Nothing you've ever been through is wasted. So every time I tried and failed, every time I tried again, and every time I tried again, has brought me to this most powerful moment to say, if not now, when?
Oprah also explained how she became involved with Weight Watchers on The Ellen Show, another massive...
Weight Watchers called me like mid-July. We had our first meeting in August, and they said, we would like you to come aboard our program and, do what you do. Self-empowerment, self-enrichment. We think that you can bring another level to us for Weight Watchers. I said, I can't do it unless I actually go on the program.
I don't know if Oprah's a massive, but we all know that Ellen is. Ellen, it's been pretty well proven now that people hate Ellen, and she is a sort of a disliked person heavily in the Hollywood field.
In 2020, amid emerging reports of a toxic workplace culture, more and more people started coming forward about their horrible experiences with Ellen. From Mariah Carey being manipulated by Ellen to reveal her pregnancy before she was ready, to her heartless treatment of the rising kid star Grayson Chance, there are countless stories that show Ellen is far more sinister than she seems.
Within a few months of becoming a Weight Watchers partner, Oprah lost 42 pounds using their points program. Famously, she brought out a bag of fat in a radio flyer wagon to visually show how much fat she had lost.
After losing 67 pounds on a liquid diet, the next day, y'all, the very next day, I started to gain it back.
It's a personalized point system that's based on the age, weight, height, activity level, and it basically assigns you daily points that encourage healthy eating and lifestyle habits for customers. It's gamifying a lifestyle that is conducive to, a healthy sort of existence. It's pretty cool. It's a sweet little thing, Oprah was famously able to consume 30 points worth of food a day. The program is extremely successful. It emphasizes healthy habits. Weight Watchers, the whole thing, it's not a one-size-fits-all, by the way. It really emphasizes your weight, which for some people can create a negative relationship with your body image and the way that it relates to food, which is completely valuable. Same thing if you're a fella out there and you see really jacked dudes and stuff, and then it's like you start to compare yourself, whatever, and you start counting your macros and shit. I don't know. Body dysmorphia is very common, and all these problems are very, very, very common. They're just approached improperly, it seems like. In March of 2024, Oprah Winfrey announced that she was leaving the board of directors and selling and or donating her remaining shares of Weight Watchers, completely leaving the company behind in the era of diet pills such as Ozempic.
My Ozempic Trizone, I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost some weight.
Stock price haven't been good since the whale jumped overboard. Whale, I mean shareholder. I'm not trying to be like offensive or whatever, but quite literally it's gone down nearly 100%. It's not good. It's pretty bad.
So the company had to actually issue a financial statement about this to the SEC. It was that big of a deal, and they said there wasn't a disagreement or anything. That was not the reason. And the company, in a statement to us, saying that, look, she wants to advocate authentically in this space. She doesn't want to have a perceived conflict of interest, like she's making money off of selling these drugs.
The peak stock price was $102 in 2018. The golden Oprah era of Weight Watchers. That's what we call it. She was the Muad'Dib of women watching their weight. It's not just for women, I don't think, by the way, but it always seemed like it was for me, probably because of Oprah. I mentioned the whole diet pill thing. Oprah decided to end her partnership with Weight Watchers because she started to use diet pills.
Oprah Winfrey deciding to step down from the board of Weight Watchers after 9 years, sending its stock plummeting and raising questions about its future. Days after the Globes in January, she revealed after decades of dieting, she has been taking a weight loss drug, telling People magazine, "I'm absolutely done with the shaming from other people and particularly myself."
And she uses it as a tool paired with continuing to track food and using daily exercise.
In a statement, Oprah promised to work with Weight Watchers to elevate the conversation around recognizing obesity as a chronic condition, working to reduce stigma and advocating for health equity. Adding, weight health is a critically important topic and one that needs to be addressed at a broader scale.
And she didn't want there to be any conflict of interest when she did her weight loss special on her own network, which is streaming on Hulu or something. I don't know. I'm not gonna watch it. What do you think I'm gonna watch Oprah? I might now, dude. She looks great.
Because this special was really important to me and I wanted to be able to talk about whatever I want to talk about, and Weight Watchers is now in the business of being a weight health company that also administers drug medications for weight. I did not want to have the appearance of any conflict of interest. And so I resigned from the board.
By the way, Weight Watchers also has drug medications for weight loss. Oprah didn't want people to believe she was profiting off of drugs by endorsing those drugs through Weight Watchers. So she just cut ties. She's a billionaire anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. Specifically, she doesn't name any drug. It's a miracle, whatever she says.
Drugs, like Ozempic, may also help curb drug addiction.
Ozempic could help people with early onset Alzheimer's.
If you could use it for all these applications, it would truly be a miracle drug.
She's probably not allowed to endorse anything for a certain period of time after leaving the Weight Watchers board because it could be a very bad look. I also mentioned that she's selling/donating the rest of her shares. She's doing that to the National Museum of African American History.
Donated all of my shares to the National Museum of African American History.
Oh, I've been to that museum. That's
Isn't
a great
that right?
museum. Yeah.
And so nobody can say, oh, she's doing that special, she's
Promoting
making
her own
money
thing.
and promoting her. No, you cannot
Did
say
the
that.
people at Weight Watchers cry when you left?
They almost did.
And this is so nobody can say that she's doing it for a profit or she's making money.
Even though
She sold the majority of her shares in 2018 and 2021, when it was at an all-time high. She only generated personal proceeds of $286 million. Oh, what a saint! She purchased them for about $6.79 a share, and she sold them, and it profited about $735,000, which was donated, which is still awesome. That's a lot of money, but she made $286 million. Seems like a bit of a fucking rug pull if you ask me, Oprah. What a fucking... Also, I would like to just say, Oprah, dude, jokes aside, whatever this fucking video is aside, Oprah is incredibly articulate and incredibly well-spoken. For 70 years old, she's not only looks incredible, she is very, very, very well-spoken and articulate. I cannot stand the sound of her voice just because I think trauma as a child, but looking past that, she's a very, very, very sharp woman. Holy shit.
You know how people say, I'm so happy to see you? I really am. I was thinking about you. I was so excited to see you that I wore your jacket running on the beach.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Just to remind me I was coming. It's so great. You did such a great job at the Oscars.
Oh, thank you.
Such a great job.
So now we have some of the facts, right? We have Oprah and her relationship with Weight Watchers, a sort of drug-free method of losing weight and sort of trying to find a healthier lifestyle that she's heavily promoting with her influence. Then you got her making a ton of money off of all that, and then it comes down to her using drugs and not wanting to be seen as someone who's profiting off of drugs, so she donates the rest of her shares at $735,000 to a good cause, but still, it's like a big drug ad. That's what a lot of people are frowning at here. They feel legit. They're like, what's the point of this if from the very beginning we could have just taken drugs like you, Oprah? For me, it seems kind of weird. I really don't know a lot about having to lose a lot of weight and shit, and Oprah does. She says she was the subject of bullying for 25 years because of her weight.
While not naming the specific drug she takes, Oprah opening up about the pain she's endured in her weight loss struggles. It was public sport to make fun of me for 25 years.
She was made fun of on the covers of
It's
TV
true.
in the 90s.
This
which
is
very
true.
Rude. Oprah. Bumpy, lumpy, and downright dumpy. Why is that? Why were they so rude to her? She's not even...
Wow. Jesus Christ, man. That was on the TV guide. Bumpy, lumpy, and downright dumpy. What the fuck? This was before they were allowed to be like this. A true blue disaster. They're just taking shots at Marge Simpson and Oprah.
She's a.
But I mean, that's what's on TV, so it's popular. Just take a shot.
Dude, people were mean in the 90s.
People were mean in the 90s. It was open season. You could, like, take a shot at women. You could take a shot at black people. You could take a shot at, they did it on Married with Children all the time. Sluts and interracial, marriages and gay people. And there was just open season right on Fox Television. It was just like for Thursday night. Fox was just them making jokes about pretty much anybody who wasn't rich and white, and all the shows were white, and it was just weird. It was a weird time. I thought it was very funny. Like, I felt like America needed to take a couple of low blow shots at everybody, but there was this point where I wasn't cool with it anymore.
She also recalled a few more headlines which were very rude, such as Oprah, fatter than ever. Oprah hits 246 pounds. Oprah warned, diet or die. Oprah says that obesity is a disease, not a character flaw, which is, you know, that's obvious. What the fuck? Of course, that would be like saying fucking pancreatitis is a fucking character flaw. Of course, dude. Oprah's special also talks about the different types of weight loss drugs, which Oprah is now using that are on the market. You got GLP-1 agonists. They're like the primary one, Ozempic and Wegovy. It is a type 2 diabetes drug.
Looking to get back in your type 2 diabetes zone? Once weekly Ozempic can help.
Can we already do
Diabetes is the kind of diabetes that is generally accepted as preventable.
Diabetes refers to a group of conditions characterized by a high level of blood glucose, commonly referred to as blood sugar. Type 2 diabetics are insulin resistant. Here again, genetic factors predispose susceptibility to the disease, but it is believed that lifestyle plays a very important role in type 2.
That's the one that you get for just torturing your body for dozens of years. Type 1 is the one that you're born with.
Type 1 is characterized by early onset. Symptoms commonly start suddenly and before the age of 20. Type 1 diabetes is normally managed with insulin injection. Type 1 diabetics are therefore insulin dependent.
Type 1 is the one that my friend Satchel has, and I watch him stab himself with insulin a lot. Sometimes I steal it, and it makes my organs grow. Now let's talk about Ozempic a little bit and what the fuck it is. All these drugs work similarly, but Ozempic is the big one, all right? The one you've seen the headlines of.
I'm under 7.
The one that caused the whale to fall overboard. By that I mean, obviously, the whale shareholder of Weight Watchers to sell and, you know, divest.
Ozempic was designed to help people manage their blood sugar, but it's also proven to help people lose weight.
My doctor was like, this is mainly for blood sugar management, but as a side effect, like, you will lose weight. When I started to notice that, like, in the first month or so, I had dropped 10 pounds like nothing, I was like, there's something to this.
Semaglutide, better known as Ozempic, is a GLP-1 amino acid. It's the miracle weight loss drug.
Hormones are the body's messengers, running from one place to another, prompting certain cells into action. When we eat, our bodies produce a bunch of hormones to aid in the process of digestion. One of them is GLP-1, the hormone that tells us when we're full. This is the sequence of amino acids that make it up. And this is semaglutide, the generic name for Ozempic.
Semaglutide.
It's made to mimic GLP-1.
It is actually a treatment for type 2 diabetes and is used for blood sugar management. A side effect of it is losing weight. GLP-1, by the way, is an amino acid that's naturally found in the human body, and Ozempic is a analog to GLP-1. There's a bunch of GLP-1 receptors in your pancreas, which is what makes your body produce insulin, which helps manage your blood sugar.
When food enters your stomach and begins to work its way through the digestive system, your body releases GLP-1 in the intestine. There are receptors for GLP-1 in cells all throughout the body that serve different functions when triggered by the hormone. In the pancreas, GLP-1 receptors promote the production of insulin, the hormone that lowers blood sugar levels, and suppress the production of glucagon, the hormone that raises blood sugar levels. This is important for people with type 2 diabetes whose bodies are insulin resistant and produce very little insulin of their own.
When these little receptors in your pancreas are triggered, it promotes the production of insulin and suppresses the production of a hormone called glucagon. Insulin production is incredibly important for all types of diabetes, but specifically with type 2 diabetes, people's bodies do not produce enough insulin naturally on their own. Their pancreas is just lame and terrible and lazy, I guess. Losing excess fat also helps with GLP-1, the receptors, the whole process in your body. On top of there being receptors in your pancreas, there's also GLP-1 receptors in your brain and your stomach. So taking Ozempic can suppress appetite and your hunger pangs, whatever. You feel fuller for longer.
In the stomach, GLP-1 receptors slow gastric emptying, which means food doesn't move through the digestive system as quickly and you stay fuller for longer.
It slows the digestion of your food, which overall helps with blood sugar spikes, and it helps you feel fuller for longer so you don't eat as much.
And maybe most importantly, at least in regard to weight loss, there are GLP-1 receptors in the brain, particularly in the hypothalamus, that suppress hunger cravings.
In clinical trials, Ozempic shows an average weight reduction of about 15%, which is very impressive.
A major clinical trial of semaglutide in adults showed an average weight reduction of around 15% when paired with an adjusted diet and exercise routine, compared to a placebo group which demonstrated a little over 2% weight reduction. That level of effectiveness rivals the results of metabolic bariatric surgery.
I just go through a terribly stressful event and then I'll lose about 25 pounds. That's what I've been doing lately, guys. Little side note in the whole Ozempic thing, another reason people absolutely despise Oprah is because of all the people that she's made famous. Dr. Phil, for example.
I, have over the years, my God, I've talked to every psychologist known to womankind, psychiatrists, therapists, people talking to the inner child and their inner puppies. And I haven't seen anybody better than Phil at human functioning.
Are you fucking serious?
She's basically Dr. Phil's pimp. All right, Dr. Oz, all these fucking fake doctors she's responsible for. So it sort of makes sense. Those are less sort of relevant things now, but now side effects. There's a lot. There's a whole lot. Weight loss. That's one of them. Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain. Constipation, pancreatitis, that's really bad. Changes in vision, a lot of changes in vision when it comes to your blood sugar for some reason. Low blood sugar, kidney problems, serious allergic reactions, gallbladder problems, heart palpitations, other cardiac issues, other gastrointestinal issues like cyclical vomiting, stomach paralysis, gastroparesis, and intestinal blockages, aka what happens when you eat too many David sunflower seeds and you're 9 years old. I didn't have that happen. I just, I knew a guy. Also, pancreatic cancer. Ooh.
Everyone knows excess weight is bad for our health, but battling the bulge is a fight too few of us win. And that's the reason drugs like Ozempic are so in demand. They promise a quick fix to losing kilos, even though they're not designed as weight loss remedies. But users beware. The Ozempic hype is starting to wither, replaced with the reality that it and similar drugs are very risky, even deadly.
And these type of drugs can be linked to a rare type of thyroid cancer. So pretty classic, run-of-the-mill pharmaceutical drug warning label. Oh my God! You mean these people are taking this out of vain? 15% weight loss isn't gonna save your life. That seems like something to just make you feel better, right? Make you feel a little bit lighter. No one's not gonna fucking die by losing 15% of their body weight or not die or whatever. 15%'s not like if you're 400 pounds, you're gonna lose 40 pounds. You still weigh 360 pounds, all right? That is an average. I'm just, I'm shit talking right now. And Ozempic, by the way, is intended for long-term use. That's what it's been designed around, and that's what the clinical trials are all long-term clinical trials. It has become so popular in such a short period of time. Why the f do I know about Ozempic? I've heard about it. I don't care about weight loss in any way. Sometimes I look at shows that have fat people in them and stuff. This is a nice way to decorate a refrigerator. I'm gonna be honest. I like that. I also like these cool hobbit doors. I love that. Perfectly shaped for a trapezoid person. It's like a miracle drug. It's just part of that weird aesthetic, hyper-obsessive zeitgeist of people who can thread their faces. What the f is wrong with you people? Just get old and rot and fucking die like all of us other folk.
Have you ever seen a drug explode around the world the way Ozempic has?
Not really. When I think back at other points in medical history, probably the introduction of penicillin has been as transformative. So it's a game changer.
Incredible? Yes. But by no means a miracle in the making.
Just exercise and enjoy life. Every now and then, look out. Look out on the horizon and just be like, wow, I'm really small. That's big. Kind of makes sense though. According to the Trust for America's Health, 41.9% of Americans are obese, and that was from studies performed between 2017 and 2020. And 65% of Americans alone believe that willpower is not enough to lose weight and keep it off it. That is according to a Pew Research study. It is quite literally a societal defeat that we are dealing with here. People want miracle drugs. It's way easier to just pop a pill and then just not have to take responsibility for your own decisions or whatever. I know there's more to it. I understand there's more to it, but you do have control. 15%. You know, you take the Ozempic pill, and then you can also lose 15% of the weight on your own by using your brain and like having control over your life and stuff. Because you do have control over your life. Just in case you weren't aware, you do. Sometimes limited control, but you do have control. There's a level of control, like just in case you weren't aware. Some people don't know that they can make decisions, and some people don't know that they can like change things about their life. Like genuinely, that sounds like a joke. It's not. I know people who don't actually realize that you can make your life better and like improve the people's around you's lives or your family's lives or whatever. Like it's pretty crazy. A lot of celebrities love Ozempic. Okay, guys, we got Whoopi Goldberg just fucking macking on it. She said, "I will tell you, I weighed almost 300 pounds when I made it till I had taken all those steroids. I was on all this stuff, and one of the things that helped me drop the weight was Manjaro. That's what I used." That's just so mind-boggling to me. This is gonna kill people. Like, I really seriously believe that this is gonna save some folks, but I don't know. This seems like some shit that doesn't have a lot of foresight. Anytime you got a lot of really famous, powerful, influential people just harping on how important a pharmaceutical is, these companies don't care about you that much. You know? Especially when it's something that's optional, like losing 15% of your weight. Just in case Whoopi wasn't enough, here's Kelly Osbourne, Ozzy Osbourne's wife.
Hi, darling.
Someone has been in my room and taken my beers away.
My beers.
I don't think so, darling.
Yeah, somebody took your beers, and somebody should take your beers. Yeah. Somebody's been in my room taking my beers. Yeah, and your cocaine probably too. Yeah.
Who would do that? Who could possibly do that? Who's the beer thief? You're the beer thief.
I think it's amazing. There are a million ways to lose weight. Why not do it through something that isn't as boring as working out? What? The people who hate on it the most are the people who are secretly doing it or pissed off that they can't afford it. Oh yeah, because it's, you know, it's an elitist thing. Unfortunately, right now, it's something that is very expensive, but eventually won't be because it actually works. That's not how that works, by the way. That's not how that works. It will not become less expensive. Yeah, how about we put them out of business instead of giving them a fucking $1 billion? Also, a guy named Ted Dubrow who likes it. I tried it. I thought it was amazing. But I didn't have that much weight to lose, but I wanted to try it because so many of my patients were on it, and I wanted to see what it was like when you're not diabetic and you have only 10 to 15 pounds to lose. How am I doing over the I'm overweight and chubby. Oh, God. There's more to love, but I'll tell you something. I'm off it, but I plan on going back on it when it's appropriate. Like when we have a vacation, and after that, I'll come back. It's like the new Botox. Ozempic, I love it. It's so good. So it's like the new Botox. Hashtag relatable. The f***? Where do you even get that at? So yeah, that's Oprah and Ozempic, and people believe that she's defrauded them by fucking, you know, being on the Weight Watchers bandwagon and then just like kind of weirdly divesting her way out of Weight Watchers to then just release a fucking stand-up comedy special, I guess. I'm not really sure. And then just say how she found a miracle drug and all that stuff. Which, you know, if you're following around Oprah, then it's your own fault. All right, of course she's a liar. She's a fucking influence person. That's what influence people do. They just lie to you to get you to buy stuff or whatever. I don't know. Generally, that's what the happens. It's what I do with you guys in Sour Boys. But I'm just selling candy. It's not like I'm fucking saying it, you know, makes your big or anything. It does. There's not that much to lie about there. Let's go down on some conspiracy theory rabbit holes here.
I mean, you think I just get up here and say hydrofluorosilicic acid will reduce your child's IQ by at least 10 points? Harvard study? You think I just made that up? 7-fold increase in bone cancer? You think I did not making jack crap up, okay? I'm not making nothing up.
One of the largest and most widespread and inescapable conspiracy theories of the global elite, which we have established Oprah is a part of, is that these people are Satan worshippers or something extreme like that. They're lizard people, they're plotting to end the world, the Illuminati, shit like that.
That's me sneaking inside Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, I gotta run.
An invite-only secret society of American elites gather in the woods 2 weeks out of every year to decide the future of the world and conduct human sacrifice rituals in front of a foreign god named Moloch. Or so the rumors say.
A lot of conspiracy theorists also believe that that young person blood, I think if you say the word, it will get you like kind of up on YouTube.
This is their plan, people. These are demons. Just like the Bible says. It's basically an intergalactic invasion into this space through people. I'm telling you, it's what all the ancients said. It's what they warned of. It's what we're dealing with. They're demons. They're frickin' interdimensional invaders, okay? I'll just say it. Make fun of me all you want on CNN or wherever, but everyone already innately knows this. These people are not frickin' human.
But basically, people say that the rich have their own fountain of youth.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe what Alex Jones believes. It sucks, but I do believe what he just said. Do I like it? No. Do I want this belief? No. But I do believe what he just said. It's unfortunate, and I don't want it to be that way. I suspect there's something really evil going on, but who the fuck knows what it is? I use a big black space instead of dogma or specifics like he's trying to do. I just say they're like evil. They're just evil.
It's the reason that Jared Leto looks like he's 25 years old despite being 397. He looks good.
Jared Leto is not 397. He's like my age, a little bit older. He's like 46. Why wouldn't he look good at age 46? That's not that old. Like Jared Leto is like what? Nah, maybe he's a little older. He's like 50. You know, I love Jared Leto. He was around when I was a kid. What's wrong with him being attractive when he's older? Nothing.
Good. All right, he looks really good. We go back to Oprah. She's 70. She doesn't look 70. She looks like 65.
She looks 70 to me.
In this picture, she looks much worse than the other one.
I think you're bad at judging age.
70-year-old celebrities like Tim Allen.
All these people look 70 to me.
Xi Jinping.
Like, all these people, they look 70 to me. They look fucking old. You can see the liver spots on their fucking face and shit. Like, these people, they look old. They look exactly 68 to me. 68, almost all of them. 68 to 74. Yep, 68 to 74. They don't look good. They look 70.
Hulk Hogan is the same age as Oprah?
Also, everybody here has a face that is constantly on camera. Well, maybe not Cyndi Lauper, but almost all the rest of them have a face that's constantly on camera.
Right, yeah, she looks pretty young.
Why is Cyndi Lauper still dyeing her hair at the age of 70? Come on, man.
John Travolta, I've always thought John Travolta looked terrible with age. He truly is the melon rotting in the sun guy. Recently, I saw on Twitter.
I think you're going to age terribly. I think you're going to look like an old fuddy-duddy that looks totally... I think you look like it now. Now, you're going to talk about shit about these celebrities and stuff, so I'm going to talk about you, Oompaville. You look very nondescript to me, like you don't belong to be famous. And I think when you're old, you're going to look like everybody's dad. You're not going to stand out, and everybody's going to be like, wow, you were famous? Everybody's going to be surprised when you tell the grandkids, yeah, I was famous one time. And they're like, oh, really? Because you look really normal. I know that's supposed to sound like really, like I know that sounds really mean, but I'm just saying it because it's true. Same way that you say these people look really good for the age of 70. I don't think they do. I think they look like 70. I think they look like ass. I think they look like Botox and the age of 70. You know? And that's fine. I don't understand why you think they look young. I don't think they do. None of those people on that list. We just pulled the list. None of those people looked young at all.
Oprah, which spread like wildfire, and it had some people theorizing that she's on the baby blood, as they call it.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
No, this woman just exercises all the time. And they feed her 3 square meals of the best food that a personal chef can fucking make. And she's got a crew of doctors, got her doped up on fucking pills, just like all the other celebrities on the fucking planet. They have good health care. They got good doctors. They, you know, they can go pay for a personal trainer to get them motivated to go do an ellipsis machine or something. They don't, you know, they have money. They have the, like, a lot of the... Sorry, this person kind of... Oh, never mind. Anyways.
A healthy old person? She must be sucking the blood of the youth. She's very mobile. She's in great shape. She's dancing, celebrating. It's important to note that there are...
Yeah, it's like she must be sucking the blood of the youth. Are you fucking serious? You know, it's weird. I lived my whole life like I was gonna die before the age of 26, and then when I reached 26, I was like, shit, they trapped me in the fucking zone. I'm gonna off myself. This sucks. And I wasn't kidding, and I tried. And I failed too. And I was like, oh no, I'm trapped here now. I'm gonna go back to being an addict. This shit sucks. And I, like, you know, and it was like that. I told myself it sucked for 13 fucking years, and it did. For 13 years, I told myself it sucked. I told myself that my job sucked, my country sucked, you know, my relationships would suck, and my friendships would suck and die, and all this other stuff. For 13 years, I told myself it would be like that, and that's exactly what the fuck happened. And now I'm, like, of a different mind, where I'm like, we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be good. The old age doesn't... I thought old age was gonna destroy me. I thought I was gonna go into it kicking and screaming, fucking miserable, and have, like, terrible fucking midlife crises and all this. Nope. Turned out I did great. My midlife crisis is this stream, I guess. I mean, I guess you could call it that. I'm, like, out there every day. I don't care who sees it. It's just, you know... I also was, like, you know... I don't know. I was, like, sort of down to just not be miserable anymore. I really don't want to be miserable anymore. I think in time, love will return to my life and all the things that I had lost. I think I was telling myself that I would lose everything. I had a fear of success, and I went and sabotaged forever and ever. And now I'm, like, in this more beautiful place, and I would say the midlife crisis was the stream, but also the stream, what it really was like this forced recognition. I wanted the world to recognize that I existed and that I did something with my life, and that I had a personal history that wasn't lost to the whispers of history of just my friends or whatever. I wanted to do something that actually lasted for the world. And having been here 2.5 years, I, you know, in another 7.5, I don't care if I scream at scrubs on Fortnite. I don't care if I put my job at risk or any of that shit. I don't care. I'm still living my fucking life and doing the history exactly how I was. If I'm angry and screaming at kids for press W, all gas, no brakes, moronitude, then I want to publish that, and I want to show me and anybody else who cares to look in 20 years how angry I was at some of the ways these people played. You know, how honor didn't really seem to play a role in it. How they chase you for 10 minutes and all this other stupid fucking dickless shit that I just didn't care for when it was happening, you know. And I want a record of that it was complaint for me. I don't care if it's overblown and people don't agree with me, or people don't like how angry I get, or hyperbolic or whatever. I don't care. Or I want a personal fucking record of it. I want to remember that I had the feelings and I cared this much to express this much emotion about it. I want to show the world that I did it and I thought about it. And every time someone pushed me, I analyzed their style, and I thought, well, I like the way this person plays, or I don't. And a lot of the time, I don't like how they play. So, you know, and just sucks. So like, I'm not gonna do myself the disservice or the, like, you know, I'm not gonna do myself the disservice of censoring myself and trying not to talk shit about the people that I want to talk shit about in the fucking moment. I don't care. I'm not gonna fucking silence that or censor it. I'm not changing to be what somebody else wants to be. I'm not fucking changing my opinions or any of this other shit or changing what my personality is based off some fucking, like, some concept of fame or some kind of thing about, you know, like what somebody else cares about or what they want me to be or some other shit. I don't care about that. I've never really cared what they thought. I was going to live my life like this, and now, like, now we're in this place where, like, it seems like there's a lot of judgment right now. I don't know.
There are other 70-year-olds who are pretty active. I mean, like Kurt Russell, for example, looks great and he's pretty active. Pierce Brosnan, he was recently fined for going off the trail in a thermal area while hiking Yellowstone. Pretty active, pretty
wow, Pierce Brosnan.
Pretty pimpin', to be honest. This conspiracy is more of a conspiracy theorist's conspiracy, I would say. I'm not exactly on that level yet, and I know that people are going to comment. I have a lot of conspiracy theorists that watch my videos. A lot of very, very just like, you know, in the weeds type people, and they are always very disappointed in me whenever I don't think that people drink the blood of the youth.
Blood drinking, devil worshiping. I mean, you want evil, baby, you got it. And he's cutting off your power, he's cutting off your resources, he's cutting it all off. You can't make it up, can you?
I will say it's interesting to see Oprah dancing around, but also see this clip of her at the Golden Globes seemingly needing help because she's so ancient and old. She's off her Ozempic. I mean, her adrenotrome or whatever. The adreno thing goes pretty fucking deep. I'm gonna be honest. There was a woman on Steve Harvey's show named Michelle Park who is showing Steve a wrinkle cure, which she claims is Oprah's favorite, and it is made from human prepuce, all right? Specifically, baby prepuce.
So this is one of Oprah's favorites. She says it's a miracle fountain of youth and her magic wrinkle cure. So I'm going to put a little on your hand.
I do
Gross.
Yeah, Oprah did it. All right, so here, we're going to rub it right in.
How come it's red?
I'll show you in a sec, Steve. So this is made from growth hormones of human
Look,
foreskin.
the wrinkles has just disappeared. I can't even ball my hand up.
But so it's made from human foreskin.
He squeezes it onto Steve Harvey's hand and it's red or whatever. And
This is human? You just squirted human on me. Poor Steve Harvey. This is the life that the celebrity forced you to have. Jesus Christ,
to the American chemicals.
Some lady just squirted human on your hands, and it's like,
Society,
what?
the A-word.
I don't know. I get human all over my hands all the time. Trust me, every time I masturbate or whatever, but it's a lot different. That's my DNA material, not someone else's.
Adrenotrome is a real biomolecule that is produced in the body by the oxidation of the hormone adrenaline. And apparently adrenaline is white, and then when it is exposed to oxygen or when it is oxidized.
One of the reasons they think this is because they catch them doing it.
It's pretty conspiratorial.
And I'm
Everybody
serious.
knows that elites kill their own family members, marry their horses, dress up like werewolves and tear children's throats out, sacrifice children on fiery altars, bloody altars, have giant wars.
Yeah, there's been a couple things that Oprah has been involved in beyond this. Oprah had on a woman named Suzanne Summers, and I've heard of her name before and I've seen her before.
So
I recognize her, but at the same time, it's like on the tip of my... Like, I know this woman, right? Or something? She died last year, apparently. She's a famous lady. I don't know. She invented the Thigh Master. And Oprah gave this woman a platform to spread her health advice. Couldn't find the interview because it was probably very, very bad, judging by what we're about to read here. It seems to be scrubbed from existence entirely. But imagine this. Old lady talking to another old lady about dumb shit. In the interview, Suzanne gave away some secrets to staying young. So this is what we can understand of the claims made by Suzanne when she was on the Oprah show. There was a lot of criticism at this point. Suzanne would rub estrogen cream on one of her arms every single morning and progesterone on her other arm for 2 weeks a month. Once a day, she would also allegedly inject estrogen directly into her poontang to fool her body into thinking she was 30 years old. What the f does that mean? I have no idea, dude. She would also take 60 pills every single day, 40 in the morning, 20 at night. That's like some shit I do. Minus the estrogen part. She also allegedly claimed in this interview, well, not alleged, I can say whatever the f one, she's dead. She injected this shit in herself and rubbed it onto her skin. She said that it could treat almost anything and double her lifespan, which was obviously untrue because she died last year and she was only 76. It's not even that old. She did unfortunately die from breast cancer, so I'm gonna try to, you know,
Versus
rescind my
Suzanne
clowning
Summers.
there for a little bit because that's very unfortunate, and that's not.
Yeah,
It
that's
has
not
nothing to do with
funny.
well, maybe it.
Maybe it did.
I don't know. I'll stop speaking. Suzanne did want to be alive to the age of 110, and she would do literally whatever she
I like
could
that he
to
followed
get
it
there,
through,
which it didn't
'cause
work
that
out
was kinda
well.
my
She died
assumption.
last year. And then the conspiracies do not end for Oprah, dude. People love implicating her in everything. Remember the Maui wildfires and the whole blue roof thing and all that shit out there?
Oprah and The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, coming together to aid communities impacted by the wildfires, launching a fund with an initial donation of $10 million, but also asking for more help.
In this time of need, you want to take care of the greatest need of the people, and that's giving them money.
The two reflecting on the devastation of the fires.
Oprah lives here in Maui. I was raised in these islands. My family are buried in these islands. It's going to take a long time to rebuild. Probably get a little worse before it gets a little better, but we're here, doing what we could do.
All this as Maui is reeling, but working to rebuild.
That's all insane and conspiratorial. Another thing, you know, every time anyone's in the news, you hear all this crazy shit. And she really liked Harvey Weinstein. Snoop Dogg called out Oprah for her relationship to Harvey Weinstein, which is wild. I would have never expected that. Snoop Dogg said, did that fake-ass Michael Jackson shit to tarnish his name with them lying-ass kids, and here she is with a known R-word, smiling and laughing. F you and Gail. Free Bill Cosby. Singer Sealed called out Oprah for being part of the problem on Instagram. He's formatted it like a meme though, so it was like kind of hard to. This is all
Snoop
just
Dogg
Harvey-related
said
stuff.
that.
They do look like friends. That dude's such a piece of shit, bro. I hate that guy.
More than 90 women, including McGowan, have come forward to accuse the once powerful movie mogul of acts ranging from sexual misconduct to
full-blown rape.
This isn't international. Okay? This is the truth of what
There
it
is so many mobs here. Oh my god.
Every single place he ever stayed, there were people there set up to help him. This is how it went. This is what it was.
Rose McGowan, a victim of Harvey Weinstein, does not like
Rose
Oprah. She even ended her vitriolic tweet with the
I didn't know
hashtag
she was one of the victims.
Now, how did Oprah respond to all this?
Oh god, roll, 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 roll! Oh god.
Oprah says she was bullied by Harvey Weinstein. What the Oprah Winfrey recalls Harvey Weinstein's bully. You were friends with him. What are you talking about? Now we get to potentially the most interesting thing. We almost made a video about this a little while ago. There's a fella named John of God.
This self-proclaimed spiritual guru claims to perform miracles and heal the sick, attracting thousands of people seeking relief from their suffering. However, his practices are far from divine. John of God has built a thriving business, making tens of millions of dollars by preying on people's hope for healing. His healing is nothing but free, leaving many people scammed and cheated out of their money.
Oprah's relationship with this guy, John of God,
God damn it.
than her relationship with
Move.
It's worse than every single possible thing. If this is your basis of rationality, it makes sense why people have so many conspiracy theories about Oprah being a part of some kind of grand cabal or something evil. Because John of God, according to a Medium article, was a spiritual healer that could cure depression and cancer. He claimed to channel the spirits of saints, doctors, and he also liked to perform surgeries himself.
Though he had no medical training, Faria would cut into patients, and he claimed that the spirits of doctors and other healers would guide his hands during the procedures. He claims the surgeries are performed when he is channeling the spirits or entities of past doctors and saints.
What?
And he was Oprah Winfrey's healer.
John of God gained international attention when he was featured on the Oprah Winfrey Show in 2010, and later interviewed by Oprah herself in 2012 when she visited his healing center in Abadiani. Other celebrities who have visited John of God include Shirley MacLaine, Naomi Campbell, Paul Simon, and Ronaldo. Even two former Brazilian presidents, President Lula and President Dilma Rousseff, sought his services.
But also one of the most notorious predators in the history of mankind. He was horrible and used the claim of healing women as a vessel for just being evil. And he abused a bunch of different people, children, people from 9 years old up to 60 and up.
On December 7th, 2018, Brazilian journalist Pedro Bial interviewed 10 women on his talk show Conversa com Bial, who claimed to have been sexually abused by John of God. This interview marked a turning point in the public perception of John of God and led to his arrest and eventual conviction on multiple counts of assault.
He also ran a trafficking ring. He sold babies to childless families for up to $50,000, and Oprah seemed to really like him a lot. Have you all heard of John of God? My visit with him is next week. It's really fascinating. Oprah just can't catch a break. Maybe she should try Ozempic. This whole John of God Oprah rabbit hole is deep and long and scary. John of God is a very, 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 very scary, evil piece of shit human being that is just like, you know, it's an atrocity. It's ridiculous that this is a thing, and then somehow it ties into fucking Oprah. Dude, what the? So anyways,
Somehow
I don't
ties
believe
into
that Oprah's
Oprah.
a saint. I don't believe that anyone who paints themselves as a saint is, you know, skeletons full of closets, whatever the. Whatever they say. I think it's the opposite, maybe. I also think that she, being a devil, is probably blown a bit out of proportion. She's very well spoken. She looks good for her age. She's just a hustler, it seems like, a super ambitious person. In my opinion, I wish she would have sat down with Joseph Kony back in 2012, and then, you know, that might have changed things for me a little bit. When you become as powerful as Oprah and me, you attract the attention of everyone. All right, guys. And finally, my advice, don't get on Ozempic unless you have type 2 diabetes. Try your best to build a relationship with yourself and, you know, emphasize your individual traits that you have and see if you can find some strengths to focus on, to kind of build yourself a little foundation of something healthy, and then you slowly start walking out different little aspects. It's just like any other thing that you have to start and you can get overwhelmed.
I like what he said
playing
here.
The guitar,
Yep.
playing a video game.
Yep, that's
being
how
a
walking has
YouTuber,
been. Yeah.
Writing a book. Whatever you're doing, you can't just immediately
Like
go
when I
balls deep into
started
it.
walking, I could barely make it down the street. Now I'm able to run the whole country mile, and eventually I'll be only running the country mile, you know? Not even walking anymore, I'll just be running the country mile, and that's how it works. You just keep on working every day like a video game, and you think, oh, I got some XP today, my stamina's a little bit better, 0.0000001% better, and you just keep at it every day. Eventually, you look up one day and 1,000 days have passed and 3 years have gone, and you're not fat. You're like, okay, you're like healthy, you're doing good. That's the goal. I've done pretty well with it. I was 383, I think. Yeah, I was 383 when I left my Rust clan, and that was... Oh god, yeah, that was January of last year, not this year, but the year before, I think. Yeah, it was it's been a long time, I think. Yep, it had been. And we tried to get together again last summer, and it didn't really work. Yeah. And now it's like spring again, and yeah, and it's been a long time. It's been like a year and a half or something like that. And I'm doing so much better. I get angry and I yell. I get angry and I yell still because it's part of my core personality, I think. But I try every day to, you know, to resist it. And getting healthier has definitely made it a lot easier for me to be at peace with myself and peace with the world and not be so angry anymore. Health was something that I really just did not fucking care about for fucking 30 years. I just did not care about that. I figured I was fine. I wasn't. I noticed that, like, as I kept at it, more of my neighbors are starting to walk and stuff like that. You can, like, lead by example. I know it sounds crazy, but I saw my neighbor today, and she hasn't been out, you know? Like, I think she was, like, taking homage and like, getting out there, too. My mother's like, I want to get out there and walk with you, and I'm like, yep, please do. But they don't. One of the things that made it so easy I'm like in Australia and there's like kangaroo machines like fucking with me now. It's funny. Oh, I want that. Okay, so... Yeah, I want that. I want to reach him. I don't think I'm gonna reach him. Oh my god, that was a fuck up. Alright. Well, let's let's do some sniper work on this asshole. Yeah, I want to ping that one. Nope. God damn it. Oh, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I've got too much progress here. Where is the closest fire? We'll go to the fire now. Yep. Too much. This game, even on easy, can be too much. I've seen it before. I've seen easy get out of like fucking. Oh, that fucked me up. Oh no, roll. What was that? There was like a purple mine. I didn't know what it was. It had fucked me out of like 10 minutes. God damn it! I didn't know what it was. Well, now I do. God fucking damn it! I lost a lot of fucking progress here. Did you save me? Wait. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, where was I? I was like way the fuck over here, and I killed a bunch of those kangaroos. And you fucking wasted all that fucking progress because you can't save. You can't fucking figure out how to do stuff right. I should be able to back it up like 10 seconds. Like, remember when they were talking about Stadia? They were like, you can rewind it 10 seconds or 3 minutes if you want. And why can't I just rewind this game so that your failure as a developer, it doesn't affect my fucking my day? You know what I'm saying? I didn't know what that was. How is that fair? I didn't know that shit was a fucking mine. How the fuck would I know that? I didn't make your game, you know? I didn't design your fucking game. How the fuck would I know that was a fucking mine? See, like, you stole my quarters, and it's like, fucking, come on, man. Like, I would back up right there, and not, I would invalidate that death, because how the fuck would I know what that is? Whatever that was, I fucking shot that so well. Fucking annoying. Alright, okay, Cauldron, find the core in the MU. Yeah, you know, I think I'm enjoying this, but I think I will switch games now and go to Mortal 2. I've been at it for a long time. What time is it now? It is 11:30. Actually, I don't know. Like, I like this game, but it's good in small chunks, you know? I don't really like playing it all day, every day. I'd rather play Mortal, I think, like that than that. And I have a new pet now that's actually really interesting to me, so... but all the aggro's so annoying, too, though. I don't want to climb that fucking thing anymore, but I do want to kill the bandits. I will camp bandits with the cat. Yeah, I'm feeling like Mortal 2 now. I don't care. I mean, I like this game. It's a good game. Yeah, and I'm nice. I have 100 mils sitting here again, which is crazy. Or 77, excuse me. And yeah, how much do you have? You have like... Yeah, you have like 110 or something. Alright, let's close her out since I'm not mining anymore. Oh, she finished a skill, huh? What did I get? What's my history? It was rapid launch to 5. That's good. And rapid firing. Discharge of weapon turrets. Worth the bonus for skill that's weapon turret rate of fire. Hells yeah. Surgical strike and all that stuff. Hells yeah.
Or you're going to traumatize yourself and you'll never do it again. Play to your strengths. Don't take Ozempic. The end.
Wow.
Background or information. There's no real reason to explore in depth any of these delves.
Why do you play these half-viewed videos at me again? Oh, that sound. It's breaking my brain. Get it out of here. Oh, God. Why do you put that in your game? Okay. So... yeah, I got some good progress here. I like made a foray southwest into the map. When you look at how big this fucking map actually is, and how long it's going to take me to play this game, you see it? Like, I've been playing for 70 hours, and I'm only, what, like a quarter of the way in or something. It's like a 300-hour game if you play it like how I'm playing it. And I'm on extreme where they're kicking my ass and all this. Ooh, there's a tall neck, Cinnabar Sands. That might be fun to make my way from... Yeah, probably you. Yeah, probably you. Yeah, like to go do some exploration and stuff. I'm pretty deep in the desert, and I feel like I did my due justice to get really far west. See it? I went pretty far west on my own. They want me to come here, but I'm not really ready for that quest. I don't think. I think I need to come back and do like the tall neck. The tall neck's really fun. Okay, so yeah, or am I at a fire? I am at a fire. Yeah, go to the fire. Where is it? Oops, it's like west. Yeah, it's up in there. What's that sound? Am I good? Yeah, the tiger's good. Yeah. Go kill the white mage, Gob. Somebody killed him already. Okay, well, the rabbit won't link, so kill him. Okay, so where is this thing? I don't really understand. It's like what? Where is it? Oh god, where is this thing? Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Okay. Save. Yep, and then I want a fast travel for free to... I didn't know you could do it for free, and I will in the future. I didn't know. So, yeah, we'll do that campfire, and we'll... Or, no, I'm sorry. We'll take... Yeah, we'll stay in lands that are a little bit more known. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. And I'll go from this campfire to that campfire. So, yeah, so I want to fast travel for free again. I want to fast travel for free way over there, because I think it's safer. Yeah, yeah, there we go. Maybe I can even float down to that one. We'll see. So, travel. Yes, fast travel, yeah. Oh, why am I turned around the wrong way? Whatever. I feel like I do not get axe or, like, any skill up anymore. It's weird. I mean, they are... I mean, it is... Yeah, it's like... It's a T. I should be getting really good skill up off these, but I'm not. Because I'm, like, capped... I've been capped for my level for a long time. It's annoying. I love the Kraken Club, but it's... I don't know. It's interesting. Killed my tiger at the end. That's okay though. I'll get more XP now. Works for me. Yeah. 146. So yeah, tiger was good, but I would prefer to charm. It's free. So let's go charm. What's the Liz? He's EM. That's good. He'll last for a while. And we'll try and kill the double crew sets up. There, I got him. I can even 2-hour him again. So where did the BST mob go? I want him. Yes, I want the rabbit and I want the BST mob.
You've been examined.
I mean, I need the test, but not yet. I don't need to worry about it yet. He is a DC? Yeah, he's DC, is he? Yeah, he is DC. Yeah, kill him. I want to put sick on my tiger macro. MMO's exposed. Exposing Warframe. Let's see. This is Mitch Mannix. Let's hear what he has to say. Thank you, Mitch Mannix, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to the first installment of MMO's Exposed, a series focused on shedding light on scenes you won't exactly see in the trailers.
Run for the hills, everyone! The mounts are finally revolting! Oh my god, this is cursed!
Targeting and seeking out the truth of historic preconceptions and new player concerns, diving into and breaking open titles from the monolithic to the unsung heroes, and even showcasing them coming back from the dead. In this inaugural adventure, we will be taking to the stars to begin a journey exploring the universe of an MMO that over the years has grown from a space ninja third-person looter shooter into an experience unrecognizable from its early years, and in the past couple of years especially, has been evolving rapidly into a truly epic experience, pushing its limits to the extreme. Has this free-to-play sci-fi adventure fallen for the same pitfalls of so many free-to-play games? Has its story reached out from its lackluster beginnings? My name's Mitch Mannix, and I present to you Warframe.
It's true, I don't know that much about Warframe. I don't.
To begin, we must prepare the hit list of historic preconceptions and new player concerns for us to debunk or confirm on our journey. We will be covering a whole host of elements, but these are the targets that we must hit. The new player experience. Endgame is a meme. PvP is dead. The monetization including pay to win. And Warframe's weak story. Of course, while avoiding spoilers. With our targets confirmed, let's get started with the new player experience in this mysterious world.
Why are you acting up all weird now? What?
What? You bastard. Ruining my epic shot.
Warframe opens
Oh, you were
with an
loading.
incredibly well-produced opening cutscene, setting up the game's prologue in a grand and cinematic way, showing an unknown woman tracking down the now forgotten and abandoned Warframes, visiting a site where they now reside, while being stalked by an intimidating-looking military squad, the Grineer, a race of clones carving a path through the system. Choosing our starting Warframe, we are given 3 options, with their initial stats and unique combat abilities explained, with Mag standing out, as I simply could not resist a good clap of death.
If you're happy and you know a clap of death.
Now in the game proper, we get a better look at this Grineer military squad, and its strange, cursed, mechanical cauliflower-looking leader, Captain Vor, as they attempt to revive and capture the idle Warframe, a plan that backfires instantly, with our Warframe being supercharged into action to take down the would-be kidnappers.
Use your power. Defend yourself.
Feel my wrath! Oh yeah, powers. In my defense, it's tiny. Look at it.
Turning our foes into a Resident Evil boss, we make our way into the visually striking night, to first track down some initial weapons, while being guided concerningly by a guide who can see fuck all. First giving a choice between a bow, stick and a Skarner blade. An easy choice, as old Craig David once said. Finding out that the Grenier also seemingly have an Achilles heel. We sneak past the roaming enemies ahead. The tutorial plays out, introducing us to a number of weapons, as well as of course the game's hugely dynamic and satisfying feeling movement system, sliding and gliding around like a John Woo movie about a spandex fetish. Progressing further, we get a chance to bite back at the peekaboo bot Captain 4, who after a short face-off retreats to his ship, leaving us to retrieve our own and head up to the stars to begin the true journey. A journey beginning with a handy login bonus.
Wait.
Because you're a friend,
Oh, wait,
I'm
never mind.
going to offer you something special. Just remember, one per customer. One per customer. One per customer. One per customer. One.
With us now in our ship, we get a look at the game's base of operations for the player, as well as an initial peek at Warframe's core experience, setting out on missions across a number of planets, with up to 4 players getting stuck into a variety of game modes. Exploring our cool-looking but unfortunately recently looted base of operations that hopefully won't be out of operations for long, as both our strangely dressed female guide as well as the bonkers-sounding onboard robot AI.
The operator may now contact all black market scumbags. Contact arms dealers.
I've located a number of modules that once obtained will get our ship back in action, as well as a plan to figure out what strange device the Grenier have attached to us when attempting to capture the Warframes. Setting out on our quest to revive the ship, taking on the self-contained missions on Earth, Captain Vor reaches out once again to explain that the tag he placed on us at the start of the game is actually a device that will burrow into the Warframes and eventually take over control, completing his task of obtaining a Warframe for himself. Why he decided to call us up and tell us this instead of just waiting for it to happen is anyone's guess, however. An act that's almost as confusing as the chap's military, spouting Shakespeare and shaking their everything all over the floor after taking a blow to the head.
Build this place.
Are you done? Nope. The missions to get back the ship's systems and rid ourselves of Vor's device act as an extended tutorial, both walking through a number of the game's mission types, such as spy, which, as you can imagine, is all about the sneaky, and sabotage, as in what my ex-wife did to my entire life. After completing each mission and reconstructing each ship's system, the game introduces the player to a number of key mechanics, such as crafting as well as the game's mods, with both being essential to progression. The new player experience in Warframe is one that I frequently hear is lacking when it comes to setting up players with the fundamentals of the game, and unfortunately, it seems that even today, that still remains at least somewhat the case. For example, after unlocking the armory and with it a chance to upgrade frames and weapons, the game's quirky ship AI pipes up, as if he's about to walk us through the intricacies of modding a weapon, asking us to first equip a mod to continue, and then
Install the mod before we can continue.
Install the mod before we can continue. What are we talking about? What do you mean?
Does absolutely bugger all. In the developer's defense, there is a detailed breakdown for modding available when hitting the tutorial button at the bottom of this menu. But what's confusing is that the detailed run-through that the game presents after hitting this button is not automatically presented to the player their first time around, and could simply be skipped by already established players. In fact, I'll go as far to say that there are probably players with hundreds of hours that don't even know this is here. This being a small change that I feel could go a long way, and it's not the only baffling design choice in today's new player experience.
You and your logic, they're developers.
Operator, your inbox exists.
That would mean doing work.
Would you care to check your mail?
They're not going to do any work.
Mitch Mannix. So here you are. I want you to know that if you are planning on busting out any of your god-awful music for this adventure to think again, I am the music in this universe, and I won't hesitate to sit you down if you don't behave. Consider yourself warned, silly British man.
Ha! We'll see about that frickin' Super Bowl halftime parade Warframe. Mark my words. By the end of this week, we'll see who's sitting who down.
Super Bowl halftime parade.
The remainder of the quests to hunt down the remaining ship parts, disabling the Grenier device, as well as ultimately
Super
the
Bowl
satanic
halftime
sunflower
parade.
himself,
Robot.
in a face-off with Captain Vor. The new player experience now opens up, with players being able
this
to
game looks
continue on with
bad.
the initial quests, or get stuck in progressing through the star chart missions. Another moment where a small addition would go a long way to explain things, such as where the missions are displayed on the HUD, and the process of beating missions and junctions to unlock more planets. This information is there if you know where to look for it, and the developers have done 95% of the work walking players to it, but not everyone sitting down in the navigation will click around to find out where the next quests are over just starting up another mission, and a quick tooltip pointing out the HUD features again could go a long way to avoid players feeling out of the loop. Given how much some other games bombard the player with a seemingly endless
Don't try,
responses,
they won't
I think
bother.
players would probably forgive developers Digital Extremes for shoving such core information into their face, at least for the first time around. Getting stuck into the star chart missions, and realizing that the Grenier have seemingly picked up a word or two of English after all. We rejoin the game's questing, being tasked with visiting Konzu on Cetus, with a look into one of the game's player hubs, once again highlighting Warframe's exceptional environmental design. Wandering through this settlement, meeting its vendors in the market, and finally getting to see groups of other players, we track down Konzu, that after meeting provides us with our first bounty to complete out in the plains. The plains being one of Warframe's open-world zones.
Oh, I guess
that
you
are
can
stark
only
contrast
pass
from the
time in a
corridors and
shelter,
small
I
contained
guess.
spaces of
Okay.
the Star Chart missions.
What the hell is that? Kind of Gears of War!
And as we'll see a little later, houses all manner of far more MMO-feeling activities.
Well...
Finishing up the bounty and heading back to the ship, we're informed that we have qualified for our first Mastery Rank test.
Yeah, I passed the
Warframe, unlike
time
most
right here, I
conventional
thought.
MMOs, uses a leveling system that is tied to the player's experience, not only leveling each of the Warframes, but also each weapon type, companions, and a number of additional modes of destruction, encouraging stepping away from just picking out a loadout and sticking with it, and a great way to slowly introduce the player to alternative combat options and playstyles. A Mastery Rank test is unlocked once a player has obtained enough experience overall, and if passed will grant them the next Mastery Rank, along with all weapons and quests that unlock with that level. And sounding a little bit like a broken record here, all of that being something that would work well as a quick breakdown when taking on the first test. Now rank 2, and after ticking off the prerequisites and meeting another of Warframe's bonkers antagonists in the form of Biff from Back to the Future's Nightmare Fuel mechanical ancestor, we move to take on the challenge of Earth's Junction, a quick bout against an NPC Warframe who gets absolutely annihilated, yet still seems to approve of the entire situation. Unlocking Venus and its nodes to get stuck into more of Warframe's self-contained missions, to level up and of course collect more resources. Venus, like our previous location Earth, also has available another player hub in the form of Fortuna, a neon-soaked industrial settlement, once again housing groups of players as well as a range of NPCs that have their own bounties, reputation to gather and level up, in addition to vendors selling all sorts of weapons and items. Taking on the planet's opening bounties and getting into another striking open world zone in Orb Vallis, we are eventually provided with one of Warframe's slightly odd additions, getting to ride on the K-Drive, whizzing around Tony Hawk's Pro Skater style, just adding to the epic, if not slightly confusing, factor, and after a while receiving a much due reality check for trying to look cool.
Ah, yeah. Smooth. Not so smooth.
Finishing up and venturing a little further, we begin our first assassination mission, which in practice contains the game's boss fights, with the one on Venus being against the mighty Jackal.
I expected it to be bigger.
I expected it to be bigger.
A true test of the player up until this point, as up until Venus things have been pretty smooth sailing, as well as revealing one of the first ways of obtaining new Warframes for new players, with this Jackal dropping the parts for the Warframe Rhino on defeat, a feature of all the game's Star Chart boss encounters, giving players an easy way to begin bulking out their Warframe roster, with our foot very much in the door with the new player experience. Before updating the hit list, there is another mode that until very recently was an option to play in place of the new player experience that we've just journeyed through, and is now instead an option after finishing up the quests with old cauliflower head flaily pants. This being the far more recent addition to the game, taking place in the mysterious and striking land of Deviri. After starting the quest, the player will be able to create their personalized drifter character, an experience that's safe to say caught me a little bit off guard.
Oh. Oh.
Why would you ever
What that expression? The land of Warframe. It's like he's staring at his lover doing a painting or some shit. To vary, as cool as its experiences can be later down the line, as we'll see, will most likely only further confuse and overwhelm new players, however. As much more of a story-driven, quest-heavy narrative for its new player experience. And although it's great to see some of the game's more core characters early on.
Oh, yes. And this is, well,
wait,
it was
are
you
we
that named her.
killing rabbits? Is that what we're doing here? Okay, I don't want to take your rabbit then. I don't know.
Yes, abomination. How could I forget? I would highly advise leaving this new offering to later in the player's journey, as there is already more than enough to get to grips with, and I can see why developers ditched to extremes, put at least a few missions in front of it before being accessible by new players. So after a thorough dive into it, how does the new player experience stack up 11 years after release? Well, in short, it's still very easy for new players to get lost after finishing up taking down the brilliantly constructed opening and following Captain Vor quest. Small touches such as a few automatically activated info screens for first-time players, in addition to the buttons on the HUD that could be missed, and a few guided tooltips could go a long way to smooth out the player's understanding. And I feel like there is still some way to go before the new player experience becomes something I feel will allow for most players to jump in and feel like they're getting to grips with things in the opening hours. So, that's number 1 on the hit list, most certainly confirmed. Next up is the end game, but first a quick overview of what exactly a Warframe is. There are a whole range of characters to unlock that come with their own set of combat abilities, ranging from badass looking waves of destruction to locking down a zone with a web of death, to hilarious looking options such as firing enemies out of your stomach like some sort of cursed bowling, or doing a little jig to turn everyone into kebabs. Frames are fully customizable as well as moddable with the game's augments to allow for a variety of builds and combat options overall. Warframe being one of those games that so many tag with the typical "it gets good after 100 hours" statement. But what is it that those players uncover after those hundreds of hours that makes it all worth it? Well, let's ballywell find out as we switch over from the new player account to my main account with over 800 hours played, and take a nice juicy bite out of Warframe's endgame, all the way up to the latest update. After so many hours, as we touched in the new player experience, this game has so many moving parts that running through every single element of the game would feel like an alien creature chewing off your head. What even is that? So targeting the ones with the most impact and of course fun factor is required. First off is the Kuva Lich and Sister system. This mode you will encounter a true nemesis that possesses some of the most powerful weapons in the game. These foes work in a vaguely similar way to the Nemesis system in Shadow of War, while also now and again acting as a form of mental ex-girlfriend simulator, named tough enemies that will take over a planet and steal some of your rewards when running missions there, and frequently taunt you into seeking them out.
I remember every moment we've shared, every touch, every lash, every wound.
To take on these foes, players will need to equip their frame's special arm blade, the Parazon, with a series of glyphs that when placed in the right order will smash down their psycho ex-girlfriend Lich, but guessing the wrong order would lead them to leveling up and growing in power, making the final battle all the more of a bloodbath. The final battle with these enemies will be carried out in a space station, integrating the game's player-owned customizable railjack ships for a truly epic showdown. And once bested, the player will get the choice of taking their frequently highly powerful firearms, or capturing them to use as summonable companions. A good laugh the first few times around, but can become a bit of a grind considering how long each take to topple. Another notable content type comes in the forms of the game's Eidolon hunts. Returning back to our look at some of the game's open worlds, Eidolon hunts task the player with taking down either a single or a trio of these hulking behemoths during the night while out in the plains of Cetus. These hunts are not for the unprepared, however, as especially in its triple hunts, will take preparation and coordination with your team to take on, gathering up and charging the lures spread around the plains, and using both the Warframes and Drifter forms to carefully disable and capture these towering foes, bringing with it significant challenge as well as significant reward, dropping some of the most sought-after upgrades in the game. Some late-game players specialize to work to create the most optimal loadouts and squads to take on these hunts to sell off the spoils to generate stacks of in-game currency. And even 800 hours in, I can say still offer up some of the most high-octane experiences, feeling true satisfaction returning from a successful night hunting. Excuse me. Do you mind? Oh, for God's sake, I buy you this silly bed and you still insist
The
on
frames
sleeping
don't look
there.
too good.
Moving on to one of the keystones of Warframe's endgame experience, in a more traditional fashion, is of course the game's Steel Path mode. After players complete all the missions in the star chart, an additional difficulty mode will be unlocked that bumps up all the enemy levels and buffs them to meet the power of more advanced players. Each node in the star chart can be re-attempted in the Steel Path mode, with increased drop rates. And now, while playing a mission, features visits from acolytes, powerful bounty hunter type enemies that will spawn in and attempt to destroy the player, and once again upon defeat dropping some worthwhile rewards. Certainly a mode that will take a lot of planning and metal to finish the star chart once more. Now onto an extremely recent update. Developers Digital Extremes have set out to add more options to the true endgame content in the form of their new Netracells missions, taking place in the visually stunning Sanctum Anatomica, a place containing yet more insanely designed characters, with by far my favorite being a posh-sounding fish, sporting a chain that even gives Buster Rhymes a run for his money. These Netracell missions come with a daunting warning of their difficulty, including enemies up to level 240, tasking full squads of players picking up key glyphs that debuff its holder with effects, such as sapping the player's energy supplies, or adding additional status effects to damage taken. This new mode is a step in the right direction for sure, but still won't topple players that have already spent hundreds of hours crafting the most optimal builds, and still does highlight one of Warframe's challenges when it comes to its endgame and the game's power creep. Haha, man in the wall, my ass. No one suspects the man stuck in the floor. Another new mode that makes some interesting tweaks to challenging its players is the Steel Path circuit, taking place in the mysterious land of Deviri that we visited earlier, and housing some of the best weapons in the game, with its transformable Incarnon weapons. The circuit limits players' options for loadout to only a few randomly selected options, to mix and match before getting stuck into its missions, that are of course also Steel Path, with all the additional enemy levels and buffs present, giving way to pulling the player out of their comfort zone with their meta builds, and instead testing their ability to adapt and still come out on top against the game's higher level mission types. With all of this being coupled with Deviri's decree system, giving the player a number of options of buffs and modifiers to choose while playing for more of a roguelike experience, with this mode again being a nice addition to create a new challenge to overcome, with some tasty rewards. So, returning to the hit list, has Warframe now solved its endgame woes? Well, a little. With so many options to choose from, such as incredibly powerful frames such as Revenant, that with the right build is practically invincible, and Wisp, that with a touch of a button can drop healing, speed, and CC all in one, and overall has a fantastic arsenal. With such powerful options, the game is always going to be quite difficult to balance when it comes to its challenges, and they've seemingly backed themselves into a corner slightly, having so much on offer to fulfill that satisfying feeling of growing in power, and creating the perfect loadout for each mission type, that it's still a struggle to present true endgame challenges that aren't trivialized by longer-standing players. There are still highlights such as the Eidolon Hunts and Steel Path circuit that still require team coordination and preparation. And of course, a lot of the game's endgame is centered around increasing the mastery rank, and seeking out and leveling up all the frames, weapons, and companions, etc. So some will find plenty to keep them busy in their 1000th hour regardless. So my friends, overall, the endgame in Warframe is moving in the right direction, but not quite there yet. But given its clear focus recently, I'm keen to see how this progresses in the future. That's hit list item number 2 confirmed, but with a little asterisk there.
Inbox exists in a non-zero state. Would you care to check your mail?
Hello again, my tea-guzzling tit bag. I hope you are staying away from making any sort of song and dance while you wander around my universe. I saw your Cringe Fest Guild Wars 2 video. Don't forget, I hear everything. Cheerio.
Prance about while you can, dear, as by the end of this video, you're gonna see. Oh boy, we're on to the PvP. This one is gonna be a short one. In all, Warframe's PvP is more dead than creativity in React content. I feel like the developers have long since given up trying to turn the game's PvP mode into somewhat of a main draw for the game, leaving only tiny pockets of players even queuing up for the PvP modes on offer, which if you ask me is a shame, as in the few games I got in I found I was enjoying it from time to time. This made me liking a bit of competition, but at the same time felt a little like there was some real lost potential here. Unbalanced, lacking players to say the least, and clearly not a focus. Most matches consist of 1 or 2 unsuspecting players who haven't realized how dead the modes are, as well as of course that one player that spends all day doing it, just to smash them all up. If you are considering diving into Warframe to migrate over from a similar title such as Destiny 2, you'll have to do so with the mind that your PvP experience will be all but left behind with it while doing so. I've heard that there's a little more of a scene over on the NA side, but not exactly by much, and with all that considered, players will still need to put in some considerable effort to make PvP work for them in this one. Hit list number 3, most certainly confirmed. So, we have arrived at probably the most discussed and polarizing target on the hit list. Warframe's monetization, including, if the game can be classed, pay to win. The game uses an in-game currency named Platinum that can be used to buy weapons, warframes, as well as other bundles that unlock major pieces of kit, such as the Necromech, a customizable robot death machine, and the Railjack, a player's personal fighter ship for space missions. Platinum can also be used to speed up crafting, buy boosters to double experience gain or item drop rates, as well as of course be spent on the game's huge amount of customization, colors, and cosmetics.
We make sure our microtransactions focus on the ability to customize nipples. It's a very important to us. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can get behind that. It sounds like a lot, and it is. However, all of these items, including the boosters and cosmetics, can be obtained by playing the game. And for the most part, not in a, I'm going to let the players earn this, but make it as painful as possible so they give up and spend real cash anyway kind of way that you see in other free-to-play games. There are a few frames and grinds for gear in the game that are on the longer side, such as the Railjack, and especially if you're like me and seemingly farted in RNGesus's kettle in a past life. But for the most part, in-game currency will mainly be for pay for convenience over pay to win. Do you want to run bounties to rack up enough reputation to get the blueprints for this frame? Or just buy it outright? Warframe also, as mentioned before, has a marketplace to allow players to trade with each other using Platinum, meaning players that sell off their unwanted duplicates or farm up some sought-after items for the market can generate stacks of Platinum without spending any real cash if they so desire. Regarding pay to win, it's an interesting one, as there's not really anything to really win by paying stacks of real cash. As we've seen, PvP is not a key player, and whales would mostly be spending a lot of platinum on items that a lot of the free-to-play players would obtain while working through the game's content anyway. And it goes without saying that anyone looking to purely buy their way to the top of a non-competitive game probably doesn't enjoy the game's gameplay enough to get stuck in and seek it out themselves, leaving me wondering why they would be playing especially this game in the first place.
Ah, congratulations, Bushri. You finally found the bed. Well done.
There are no gacha mechanics, loot boxes, or other predatory mechanics getting in the way of anyone wanting to pay for the convenience, getting their hands on the latest Prime, for example. A task that, if done in-game, would take cracking open in-game obtained relics for the parts, or simply buying the parts from players on the market. Overall, Warframe for me has one of the best free-to-play models I've seen in the free-to-play space, carefully managing to blend big purchasable items with small cosmetics, such as turning your Kavat companion into a silly wizard. I've never really felt forced to spend any real cash in the game. As after all, while that new sword is being crafted, why do I need to pay to rush it when there are so many other things to get stuck into to tide me over till its completion, as it's not really stopping me from doing anything. There are, however, a few cheeky inclusions, such as requiring the previously mentioned Necromech.
Come on, man, let me get the shadow. Fucking son of a bitch, lizard.
Staggering around exhausted.
What was that?
But overall, if you find yourself enjoying Warframe's moment-to-moment gameplay, its monetization will not work to put barriers in your way or twist your arm.
I'll go somewhere else.
To enjoy your experience or progress.
But I got some money, which is good.
Offer, with this target on the hit list being sent to the void.
Yeah.
Now, spoiler-free delve into the game's story. An element that in the past has been described as bare bones, and simply something to put a setting to all the epic bullet-dodging, satisfying combat encounters. Over the last few years, the developers have released a number of significant updates that have gone a long way to add depth to its narrative experience. Without spoiling anything, it's clear that the stories that the game tells, as with its endgame, have definitely become a focus to build upon, whether it's within the small quests that unlock the parts to build a new frame, or the much grander rollercoaster ride of the New War questline. Personally, I've fallen in love a little bit with the narrative experiences Digital Extremes just seem to be getting better and better at crafting, now featuring some far more fleshed out characters.
Did this dude just Honda headbutt me?
From the actually quite chilling reveal of the origins of the Warframe Harrow.
You cannot kill this, Tenno. Run! You can only run!
Or the tragic and mysterious plotline around a certain ship drifting through the void. For me, the game's story has become one of its most improved upon elements. Narratives that land especially hard when delivered in the incredibly cinematic and high production style the developers have achieved. When new updates are announced, yes, of course, this gets players yearning for yet more warframes and builds to put together. However, more and more I find myself eagerly looking forward to the next plot development, to see what will play out in this strange but oddly alluring universe, while at the same time keeping with it some of its tongue-in-cheek humor and silliness to balance things out.
What's with the music?
Isn't it great? I can lead you through some breathing exercises.
Just turn it off.
The bulk of the game's stories are delivered in quite short bursts, but are then reinforced by the game's landscapes and environmental storytelling. And I for one quite like this model, as a lot of players come to Warframe to grind for the best gear and take on quick-fire game modes, while enjoying the gameplay, and are moving over to a heavy focus on very lengthy narrative experiences. Wouldn't really fit into the mold, something that possibly Digital Extreme's upcoming title Soulframe may be able to deliver. Just as a side note, Soulframe? Did you let the intern name that? I digress. What the developers have done over the past couple of years have been well received, and goes a long way to keeping me invested to see what they have in store for the future. So has Warframe done enough to shake off the claim that it's lacking when it comes to its story? If you ask me, most certainly. And with that, this final target on the hit list is sent to the void. With the hit list completed, the question still remains of who will enjoy modern-day Warframe. As if you are potentially looking to seek in so many hours into the game, you want to be the type of person who gets a kick out of the results we have exposed. It goes without saying that if you don't get on with its gameplay, dashing about dispatching your foes in all manner of epic-looking ways, you most certainly will not enjoy this game, as so much hangs on finding enjoyment when repeating content and building up your account. And on that note, if you are put off with the concept of grinding together the parts you need to craft your next desired weapon or upgrade, once again you will most likely quickly become bored with the game after not too long. The new player experience is still overwhelming, yet not fully equipped to really set up potential new players, and I feel the wikis and guides out there still go a long way to fill in the gaps. But for those who make it through, and really want to dive in and explore what this game has to offer, will find themselves pulling back the layers of an experience that just keeps getting deeper, more filled with character and mystique, and getting more and more fulfilling the further they go. The game also has an exceptional following, and is reflected in the developers' events with a great sense of community and excitement for what lies ahead. A community that I'm sure makes its members proud to be a part of. Far from being a game for everyone, but for those that take on the challenge, have one hell of a universe to explore. Now, with all that said and done, if you'll excuse me, I have a certain smug musical Warframe to deal with.
What? Don't you dare.
You're a guitarist.
Come on, be real, please. Be real. You've got to be real. My friends, uncles, brothers, roommates, dogs, hairdressers, girlfriends said this code is real, and it makes a lot.
Nope. Let's just see. Gonna go back to the YouTube and see what else they have to. Oh no, here's Penguin
What are your
Zero.
thoughts about the whole eclipse situation on April 8th? So many
April
political
8th.
and biblical theorists are going nuts about it. What the
April
fuck are you talking
8th?
about? What kind of... Like, I understand maybe going, like, rapture for that, like, going down that path. We've seen that before. But what do you mean political theorists are going nuts over the eclipse? What could that possibly be in a political sense? What do you mean?
You DC'd?
It sounds like some absolute made-up nonsense on TikTok. How the eclipse ties into the Clintons or something. Right, we're in a hospital and we're planning for it. like it's the apocalypse.
What?
That is so concerning to hear. You work in a place of science. Why would you be planning for an eclipse if it's about to be doomsday? Is there something special about the April 8th eclipse? What's happening? Is the Fire Nation about to attack with Sozin's Comet? Like, I'm so confused. What? It doesn't even seem like it's particularly special. I mean, here's what not to do during the total eclipse on April 8th. Total solar eclipse on April 8th. Millions of people from Texas to Maine preparing for a once-in-a-lifetime event that want to ensure they enjoy it safely. Total solar eclipse happens when the moon passes between the sun and the earth, completely blocking the sun's face for up to several minutes. Do not look directly at the sun. You don't fucking say, huh? Except for the lucky people in the path of totality, it is not safe to look directly at the sun without proper eye protection, and sunglasses won't cut it. To safely view the total solar eclipse in 2024, you'll need glasses with solar filters, also known as eclipse glasses, or with handheld solar viewers. According to the American Astronomical Society, those glasses or handheld solar viewers need to meet the ISO 123122 international standard for direct sun viewing. Only when the sun is covered completely will it be safe to remove eclipse glasses, and they must go back on before the partial eclipse resumes and portions of the sun become visible again. Even if clouds obstruct your view during the April 8th total solar eclipse, special glasses or handheld viewers still need to be used. Cloud cover is not enough to protect your eyesight from the sun's rays. Classic fucking deep state trying to prevent me from getting superpowers from staring directly at this total solar eclipse. I'm not gonna let the government dictate what I do and do not wear when looking directly at the sun. TikTok wasn't around in 2017, so we didn't get all the brain rot eclipse takes. Can someone, to the guy who said there's a lot of political theories regarding this total solar eclipse, can you send me one? Tweet me one real quick so I can take a peek? Because what in the world? I don't understand. I can't even wrap my noodle around how that could make any sense. Employees at my dad's workplace said their local priest told them that the eclipse will result in 3 days of darkness, which is what allegedly starts the apocalypse. See, like, that kind of stuff I get. That happens all the time, anytime there's a solar eclipse. Like, there was that radio host who convinced his followers that Rapture was coming in a month, so everyone quit their job, bought an RV, and went on a road trip and waited for themselves to die, be taken to heaven. And it didn't happen, and the radio host was like, damn. Must have got some wires crossed, I guess. Like, that happens all the time. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. You know how much I love Opera GX. If you ever tune into any of my streams, you'll see Opera GX exclusively being used because it's the browser I use for everything. I think it is the best in the business. It has tons of fun customization features to really make it feel like your own. It has a ton of really useful tools like a built-in ad blocker, which really comes in handy with the modern landscape of the internet, which is basically unusable without an ad block. And it has a lot of other really helpful tools, such as the ability to import your current settings from whatever browser you're currently using into Opera seamlessly, which makes it super simple, super seamless. Just very great browser all around. It's also very light, so it's not going to be tanking your performance if you're playing games while having Opera open. You can keep all of your messaging apps in the Opera browser, so it's nice and convenient. Also, there is a mod for me in there. I have my own Opera GX mod, and it gives you a wallpaper and some really fun themed sounds around myself. Yeah, baby! So yep, I think it's good fun. The Critical Moist mod goes pretty hard. Again, big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Definitely check them out in the description. Remember when the world was supposed to end in 2012? Yeah, but at least that one had, like, historical backing because of the Mayan calendar. I remember being a stupid kid back then, and I was like, man, the world really might end. Like, I get that. You go back and look at the Mayan calendar. They were very smart people. The calendar ends here. It must mean that's when the world ends. Pack it up, I guess. I was a freshman in college during that point. And I was still a virgin, and I was like, damn, it's gonna suck dying a virgin. I did everything I could to make love before that day came, the day of judgment. Used to go out every weekend praying for the best. But when that day rolled around in December of 2012, I spent that day playing Halo 4 with a buddy of mine, knowing that if I'm sailing into Valhalla, it's going to be in the saddest manner possible. The eclipse is just Joe Biden's domain expansion. That's why there's political theories. Yeah, it's Dark Brandon. He's casting his infinite Tsukiyomi. So fucking cool. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that is the level of the political theories on it. Oh wait, there was more to this. Solar eclipse travel could be treacherous. What, like driving at night? Like driving in some darkness? For those living in the narrow path of totality, little if any travel will be necessary to take in the full astronomical event. However, people across the U.S. and likely the world will descend upon communities that aren't used to the popularity, and that has officials concerned. So much so that cities and towns have issued disaster declarations or declared states of emergency, while others have decided to close schools due to the expected increase in traffic and to keep kids safe from distracted drivers during dismissal time. I see. So this is why your hospital's prepping. Anticipating a bunch of fucking brain-dead zombies are just going to be too busy looking up at the sky and flooding areas that have like a totality view of it and just causing a ruckus and getting themselves hurt. I see now. You and the boys should make a video on who can look at the sun the longest during the eclipse. Actually, that's such a good idea. You know what we should do? We should do perineum tanning for it. That's the taint greasing, not taint greasing, the taint sunbathing, where you put your legs over your head and have your balls and shit facing the sun. I bet you'd get a crazy boost in testosterone from a total solar eclipse blasting you. Should have you be like the Hulk from gamma radiation or something. The sperm would go blind. Yeah, it'd be so powerful. I'm in the direct path, and certain drive-ins and movie theaters are holding little
I'll be right back.
tailgating events. I like how we're talking about it like it's...
Gotta pee as well. I'll be right back. Oops, I want to start. I don't know why you disconnected me in the first place, but yes, start. Yes, you, start. No. I gotta go pee, but I want you to start chopping wood now. Oh, it's like I'm mining, but I'm chopping. I like Mortal. I think it's got a good system like EvE. I think it's good. Oh, depleted. Damn it. There, see, my thing was glitched. I had to relog, I guess. That's annoying. Popsicle. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So fucking good. Oop.
A fucking asteroid hurtling towards Earth. I'm in the direct path, meaning I'm in a really good spot to look up at the sky. Well, that's cute though. That actually sounds wholesome. Please look up the red heifer cows. That's the issue. Wait, I actually know that. I actually know a little bit about that. What does it have to do with the eclipse?
It's the smog.
I keep seeing people tripping about the eclipse and some red cow sacrifices. Some dude in Texas claiming to be a Christian sending cows to Israel for a Jewish sacrifice to usher on the rebuilding of the Third Temple. Pardon? I checked into it. Here are my thoughts if you care to listen. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm no expert. Can you even really be an expert on sacrificing red cows? It's nothing to be concerned with. There will be an eclipse and some extremists are going to kill some cows. If you're a conspiracy theorist and a Christian that was concerned, don't be. No man is going to get Jesus Christ to return. Only the Father will tell him when it's time. Nobody knows. So are we trying to summon Jesus? Is that what's going on? Like a ritual during the eclipse? Sacrificing red cows? No, this summons the Antichrist. Huh? No. Isn't the Antichrist, I think it's like a week before Doomsday or something, and it's supposed to be like a really powerful person presents himself, gains a lot of influence really quickly, and he's the Antichrist who ushers it all in or something. I don't think it has anything to do with the red heifer. So does this happen every eclipse and we just don't know about it?
It was a stupid.
Great question. I don't know.
That's what they think.
They're actually doing it. Look it up. Well, I have no doubt there's probably some people sacrificing red cows. Like that. I totally believe there's some craziness afoot.
You can do whatever you want to a cow.
As we wait. Oh, this happens every time. Yeah, wait. This is from 2017.
I mean, you can't rape it, but you can do pretty much everything else.
This post examines the possibility that the dramatic repentance of So it looks like this does happen on every single eclipse. My mom told me to call off on eclipse day and get as much food and necessities as I can because she thinks there's going to be no light. It's like, I don't know, that's kind of cute. Like, I can't even falter for that. That's just kind of cute, I guess. But I mean, we conquered the darkness already. We have the technology. So let's just assume the eclipse for some reason takes away all natural light. Brother, half the people in this stream right now haven't seen natural light in years because we have fucking light technology in our house. We'd be okay. We'd make it. But what about the plants? Fuck them. Who needs them? We conquered nature too. We'll eat. We'll find an alternative. We'll eat I don't know, filter feed or some shit. I don't know. We'd find something. Oh.
This comes from the opening ceremony. You may be wondering, is a satanic symbol. Big question is, why would they have that at their opening ceremony?
Does CERN have opening ceremonies like it's the Olympics or something? What? I didn't know that. That's news to me. That opening ceremony looks out of this world, though. Is that the particle accelerator people were tripping over and saying that'll open a hole to another dimension or something? You're right and wrong. You're just getting a couple of different things confused. So when the LHC first got operational, there was a doomsday theory that by colliding particles at such a rapid speed, there was a small chance of creating a penny-sized black hole, which could eventually swallow the world. But that turned out to be a bunch of hullabaloo. As an engineer, it'd be so freaking sick if we were summoning demons or hopping dimensions or whatever, and not just calibrating sensors for hours. Yeah, I'd be happy to hear about that kind of stuff, different dimensions and shit. I feel like anyone would be excited about that. I don't know. We look at it as a bad thing. So what? A couple demons come through or something. We just close a portal on them. They don't have the technology in hell, clearly, and it confirmed the existence of hell, which would be a net positive for everyone, I would think. Then we'd know. Open my third asshole. Well, you're a little confused, but you've got the right spirit. That's a scientific mind right there. But anyway, come April 8th, get ready. The eclipse is coming and you can't stop it. And CERN's opening a portal on it or something.
Oh no. Thank you, some ordinary gamers. Sub likes and subs your channel.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and Mark Zuckerberg's a weird guy. You know, every time I see this man, he's becoming less and less of a robot. So clearly, whatever ChatGPT update he's got floating in his head is actually working. But today, I want to talk about how Facebook literally got exposed for spying on the average person and other competitors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tech companies spying on you and gathering a mass amount of your data is not new information, okay? It's been going on for quite a long time. But ladies and gentlemen, a couple days ago, some documentation ended up coming out that actually showed some pretty nasty things from Facebook. For instance, if you weren't following, Facebook literally has a lawsuit that is coming out against them from Klein v. Meta Platforms, where they actually talk about how Facebook ended up using one of its research applications to spy on individuals and what applications they were using by injecting themselves in the middle, like a malware, and reading through actual private information. Now that's a pretty serious claim, so let's actually start off with some facts, okay? Now, back in the years of 2011, there was a company known as Onavo. Now, obviously, if you look at Onavo right over here, this is back in 2011, and they were releasing an early iPhone application. An application that they claimed was meant for data shrinking and whatnot. They were in private beta, so if we go a few years into the future, you can see that Onavo, where they say get the most from your phone. Save, measure, and protect your mobile data. So they had an iPhone and Android application, where basically you downloaded their application, they would save you data. Now remember, back in the day, when you were using your cell phone in the before times, right, in the 3G, 4G era, you know, if you lived in a place where you had a certain amount of data per month, obviously using any form of advantage to save you even the megabyte, if you will, would be advantageous, right? So obviously they would measure how much data usage that had gone on, and then effectively what they would also do is protect you from accessing malicious phishing websites, and they would tell you if you're sending sensitive information to an unsecured website. They would also apparently compress your data and make you use your apps wisely, and of course, all of this combined was to save you money. So of course, the whole goal here is to basically tell people, hey listen, use this application, you can optimize your data and save yourself some cash. And usually saving even the $1 or $2 is enough for most people to download an application and at least give it a try. Now, Onavo, this Israeli company over here that ended up being acquired by Facebook at the time. So actually a blog post that was from 2013, the time they were acquired. 3 years ago, we started Onavo with the goal of helping today's technology consumers and companies work more efficiently in the mobile world. And of course, what they said, Facebook and other mobile technology leaders, they are excited to join their team and hope to play a critical role in reaching one of Internet.org's most significant goals, using data more efficiently so that more people around the world can connect and share. When the transaction closes, we plan to continue running the Onavo apps as a standalone brand. As always, we remain committed to the privacy of people who use our application, and that commitment will not change. So effectively what had happened was they had joined Facebook's actual team, and the amount they ended up paying for this was somewhere in the tune of 120 million US dollars, okay? Now, let's not play dumb. Let's just completely agree to the fact that no big company, especially Facebook, buys any service for that price tag with no actual ulterior motive. See, the way that Onavo prepped itself and already established itself was to be there to help you optimize your data. They were installing themselves on your devices, and from what I imagine, and again, I don't have the actual application with me, as sort of a VPN application, as sort of an application that could be in between or at least supervise the network stack on your device. And for Facebook, that is quite important, right? To be at the epicenter of the data that goes in and out of your device is pretty impressive. So of course, what had happened was the VPN, or Onavo, was purchased by Facebook, and that's where the story actually begins. Now, January 29, 2019, and this is literally 6 years after the acquisition of this exact brand, they actually had a piece of investigative journalism going out and striking against Facebook from TechCrunch. And over here, what they alleged was Facebook was secretly paying for people to install a Facebook research VPN that lets the company suck in all of the user's phone and web activity. Similar to Facebook's Onavo Protect app, which we just looked, that Apple actually banned in June, and that was removed in August, Facebook sidesteps the app stores and rewards teenagers and adults to download the research app and give it root access in network traffic, in what may be a violation of Apple's policy. So it's an insane thing to actually mention. And of course, Facebook had allegedly been paying users from the age of 13 all the way to 35, that bracket, somewhere up to $20 a month. That's how much they decided to give up. And it wasn't just cold hard cash. They didn't just Venmo you the money. No. They just gave you like gift card receipts. That's pretty much all you got. Now again, pretty bombshell reporting by TechCrunch. So big congratulations over there too. But Apple, to go back just a little bit, they actually did end up removing the Onavo security application from the App Store as well. And of course, Apple removed it because it just did not comply with Apple's privacy rules. And Apple takes a pretty hard stance on their privacy as well. They are allowed full access to pretty much on your device anyways, but as soon as any other application comes in, it's pretty much a no-go, all right? They give you a million options to ask other applications not to track and whatnot. It's their commitment, and it's one of the reasons why I guess you pay that premium to get the access to the Apple branding, the Apple, ecosystem, so you can kind of be away from some of these, spying applications. It's why anytime you install Facebook or Instagram on an iPhone device, they constantly beg you to be tracked, even though you should always tell the app not to track. But that doesn't mean the app can't track you anyways, but that's a long story right there. So Apple said, we work hard to protect user privacy and data security through the Apple ecosystem. With the latest update to our guidelines, we made it explicitly clear that apps should not collect information about which other apps are installed on the user's purpose for the purposes of analytics or advertising marketing. So again, if you were an app on the iOS platform, you can't just spy on what your competitors or other application packages are doing. That's never an okay, but of course to Facebook, that's not something they were willing to lie down and take it. Now, according to that TechCrunch article, Facebook actually did respond. Key facts about this market research program are being ignored. Despite earlier reports, there was nothing secret about this. It was literally called the Facebook Research app. It wasn't spying, as all the people who signed up to participate went through a clear onboarding process, asking for their permission and were paid to participate. Finally, less than 5% of the people who chose to participate in this market research programs were teens, all of them with signed parental consent forms. To which TechCrunch actually responded and said Facebook did not publicly promote that VPN application itself and used intermediaries that often didn't disclose Facebook's involvement until users had begun the sign-up process. While users were given instructions and warnings, the program never stresses nor mentions the full extent of the data Facebook can collect through the VPN. A small fraction of the users paid may have been teens, but we stand by the newsworthiness of its choice not to exclude minors from this data collection initiative. So I actually agree, there's two things important over here. Obviously, if you have anything involving teenagers, it doesn't matter if 1% of your sample size that you capture are minors or 80%. The fact that you had them cross-mixed is already not a good sign. But the other thing is, I do doubt, obviously like TechCrunch, how much information they gave to the people jumping into this research application. How much did you actually tell them how much information was being taken? Because I would wager that 99% of the people you sit down and you tell them VPNs, they'll probably think, oh, I can watch Netflix from one country while sitting in another, right? Because that's all they may have ever heard of. How much would people use a VPN service if you told them straight up, all of your information data can be basically analyzed and transferred from point to point? That would be an interesting situation. I wonder if Apple decided to do, or not Apple, but I wonder if Onavo and Facebook or any intermediary decided to do just that. And when according to TechCrunch, what it seemed like was obviously you go to the Facebook Research app, you download this, and it would say it wants to install Facebook Research. You hit install, and then of course you would install the Facebook application, and then you would install the enterprise certificate that would allow you to install this tool onto your device. That's how you kind of sideload applications to iOS. And this is obviously not good.
14
right?
gold.
I wonder if this might even be violative of actual
Gotta
Apple
go,
policy.
gotta go buy a book.
Aren't we? Now, if you want to actually analyze this, I'm sure the APK file might be available. So if you've got like an Android emulator, or even if you've got an iPhone simulator through your MacBooks or Mac OS systems, you may be able to still play around with it. And it might be something that I may do for this video as B-roll as well. We'll have time to decide that. So now that we've got this situation, now some new bombshells have dropped. Some actual new information has come out literally days ago that may prove that this situation might have been as malicious as TechCrunch was claiming. So again, over here, there's actually a piece of documentation, 5 pages that we'll read through, where advertiser plaintiffs respectfully request that the court find this prima facie case exists under the crime fraud exception with respect to certain communications currently being withheld by Meta platforms. So again, one of the allegations over here is Facebook's IAAP program, which is in-app action panel, actually targeted competition by wiretapping the actual competitors. So here it says Mark Zuckerberg emailed 3 of the company's top executives a message titled Snapchat Analytics. Whenever someone asks a question about Snapchat, the answer is usually that because their traffic is encrypted, we have no analytics about them. Given how quickly they're growing, it seems important to figure out new ways to get reliable analytics about them. Perhaps we need to do panels or write custom software. You should figure out how to do this. And that was apparently written by Mark Zuckerberg. Insane stuff. So according to this, how they ended up doing it was basically by using the Onavo team, they created a kickoff presentation for a project they referred to as the Ghostbusters Project, which was apparently referring to Snapchat's corporate logo as well, a white ghost on a yellow background. The presentation recited Zuckerberg's question about Snapchat usage. So here they actually have like an email over here from Danny Ferrant to Javier Olivon, okay? The Onavo Research Task Force status update. So over here they said, this is my understanding. We developed kits that can be installed on iOS and Android that intercept traffic for specific subdomains, allowing us to read what would otherwise be encrypted traffic so we can measure in-app usage. So literally they are fucking spying, okay? That is actually an admission to spying. When you are decrypting traffic to read it, you are actually spying on traffic you were not supposed to read. That is a very, very objective situation to
Good.
view.
Got a book.
Our plan is to work with third parties like GFK, SSI, YouGov, UTest, who will recruit panelists and distribute the kits under their own branding. We already have proposals from several of these providers. The panelists won't see Onavo in the NUCs or in the phone settings. They could see Onavo using specialized tools like Wireshark. So again, the idea is to create that separation, right? So obviously if the panelists are not seeing Onavo and then therefore Facebook, they're basically going to be looking at just these first third parties, GFK, SSI, YouGov, UTest. However, if they use tools like Wireshark, which is actual network monitoring tools, then they could find out that they were actually interacting with Onavo. This is very clearly, I guess, I mean, it's very just deceptive is what it is, right? Like, that's what it's designed to be. The fact that I'm reading this email, right, allegedly, as it's written, is already disturbing right now, but it gets even worse. So according to the situation, what they said was, you know, when they asked about how they were going to collect this encrypted data. So according to this, one of the emails, it said, we need to do an SSL bump. We need to understand the in-app activities. The goal requires us to get metadata that is on the app level to identify the signatures for action. For instance, we look at the analytics endpoints for other apps to understand what they care about. Do we unencrypt the metadata client side and then send this metadata back up to our servers? Or do we all send the data and then do analytics server side? We only decrypt the data for specific domains that contain signatures of actions and only send data of this domain to servers to analyze. The domain details are app specific, see 3H below for details. So what they effectively said, the technical data, for each app of interest, we have researcher to understand what signatures, endpoint, can indicate in-app actions. We collect the raw data, which is SSL traffic, from the client side to those domains. So before we continue and talk about SSL bumping like it's some crazy drug that we're doing in a rave, the way that any of this works is SSL encrypts the data that you transmit across the web. That's generally that's why it was made. So before the idea of, you know, encryption, all the traffic that we sent across the internet lines was in plain text. So the reason why this is bad, and I'll give a quick example, is let's say you're doing something like online shopping, right? Now the thing is, if you are sending your credit card, you know, number, the 3 digits on the back, the expiration, you know, month and year, in plain text, somebody could yoink that data out and get access to your credit card information. And so SSL and TLS and a lot of these encryption protocols are important because without them, the concept of doing banking or really, you know, any form of interaction with social media sites even, right? Like signing into your YouTube accounts or sending emails, sending them securely and safely would not be a thing. You need encryption. Now to give you guys a quick MS Paint example, if we draw a line between these two computers, this is plain text, meaning the data can be grabbed and analyzed, I guess you could say, by anybody. But when you add the SSL TLS example, right, which again, TLS is transport layer security, again, this is not brand new technology, but using a form of encryption that basically requires both of these computers to handshake and basically decrypt together means that somebody who's standing in the middle right here, for instance, this computer, can't just yoink this data without it being completely unreadable. It's not that it's going to be 100% safe, but being that this is encrypted, it's going to be virtually impossible for somebody here to be reaching in and grabbing data. So again, this is exactly what it's there for. Now, the reason why this information is encrypted is because it's only supposed to be viewed by System A and System B. So somebody standing over here, all right, should never be able to grab or impersonate and be able to look inside any of this encrypted data, which is what Facebook is alleged to be doing. Now, obviously, in this situation, it seems like this is just analytics data for YouTube or any other tech firm. Now, while I don't agree with somebody's, private information or personal information or analytic data being sent over in general, it's even weirder when you've got an actual big tech company spying on the data another tech company is looking into. And before this diagram gets even more unreadable, I'm going to swap back to my face. So again, the whole point of what I said was this data is supposed to be encrypted, right? It's not supposed to be read into by anybody that is not the, sending and receiving or vice versa. So what they say is, we extract these signatures from the production data collected. We do not discard data that was collected, but has no valuable action identifier. We estimate the in-app action sequences based on the signature extracted. When do we discard the raw data sets? Data is kept for up to 5 years, de facto. Since IAP exists less than 5 years, it means everything we collected is still there. So what they were looking for was, at least from Snapchat, they were looking at what data is being sent to the server for analysis. So they actually identified their analytics domain, which is sc-analytics.appspot.com. The full data from the analytics service Snapchat used, this is essentially Google AppSpot Analytics Service. It has the analytics data on basic interactions a user is doing in the app. Then they also looked on YouTube. They were spying on YouTube themselves, specifically s.youtube.com and youtube.i.googleapis.com. And they were looking, for things like video ID, video type, so on and so forth. Just general analytics, stuff that would be designed for one app, Facebook was trying to grab. Now, of course, obviously analytics, some could view it as spying. What Facebook was effectively doing was looking into the analytics other applications were gathering as a way to spy on their competition, which is not okay. So what they actually allege in this document over here is they had a client-side kit that installed a root certificate on Snapchat users' mobile devices. So this included custom server-side code based on Squid, an open-source web proxy, through which Facebook servers created fake digital certificates that to impersonate trusted Snapchat, YouTube, and Amazon analytics servers to redirect and decrypt secure traffic from those apps for Facebook's strategic analysis. So again, they said September 12, 2018, allegedly, today we are using the Onovo VPN proxy stack to deploy Squid with SSL bump. The stack runs in Edge on our own hosts, with a really old version of Squid. So what they're actually talking about over here is a tool known as Squid, which basically is a caching proxy for the web, supporting HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, and more, and it reduces bandwidth and improves response time by caching and reusing frequently requested web pages. So again, what's got over here for Facebook and Onovo, and again, the SSL bump that they were using was necessarily referring to this from version 3.1 to 3.4, where the goal was to enable ICAP inspection of that SSL traffic. So Squid in the middle, decryption and encryption of straight connect, and transparently redirected SSL traffic using configurable CA certificates. While decrypted, the traffic can be analyzed, blocked, or adapted using regular Squid features such as ICAP and DCAP. And so what's basically being alleged over here now is Facebook, the program that they were using, could potentially violate the Wiretap Act. Now, I believe what they're exactly referring to is the Electronic Communications Privacy Act of 1986, the ECPA. And again, more specifically, they're targeting, in this lawsuit, 18 U.S.C. 2511, where basically, if you read through it, what they're going at is intentionally intercepting any electronic communication, and subsection of the same statute criminalizes using such intercepted communications. Facebook's IAP program conducts squarely meets the statutory prescriptions in subsection A and B. Facebook's intentional interception of SSL analytics traffic from Snapchat, YouTube, and Amazon did not fall within any statutory exception or defense. In particular, Facebook did not have the consent of Snapchat to intercept its encrypted analytics traffic. And they're true, absolutely right. They shouldn't be reading into information that shouldn't belong to them. So yeah, Facebook literally has been seemingly exposed in spying on not just the average user, but other companies. Now, here's the thing. I don't give a shit about the other companies. I do give a shit about the actual average personal person, okay? Look, at the end of the day, Facebook is disgusting, and it's one of the examples of people using VPN software anyways. Anytime there's free VPN software that exists, the danger is you're using something for free because you think, okay, sure, I get to watch, my Netflix show from another country for free. I don't have to pay for, any paid VPN service that exists out there. But you are creating a secure tunnel between you and another company, and they're basically getting full carte blanche access into your data. And that's effectively what Facebook had alleged to be doing in this situation as well, based on the information that has now seemingly come out. And this is one of those things where, again, for all the worst things Facebook has done, this by far is the most egregious and the scariest. Facebook is one of those companies, and most tech companies are like this too, let's not pretend, but Facebook is specifically evil for even trying to do any of this, especially when there are minors involved in any situation. When we sit in a world where we're already thinking of banning TikTok, I really think that there should be laws, like actual data privacy laws, that specifically criminalize this behavior, okay? I'm not even saying civilly. I think they should criminalize the behavior of potentially misleading a user into signing up for a service where, without their full realization, they're just giving up all their data, especially really private data, to a company like Facebook. But yeah, Facebook's been exposed, ladies and gentlemen, so yeah, wild thing to come out. But hopefully you learned something today. Hopefully you figured out a bit how the internet works and keeps you safe. And also you figured out how sites like Facebook try to make you unsafe on the internet too. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like it did, like it I. Amen.
Let's see if I agree with...
Hey everyone, welcome back to our regularly scheduled
Thank you, Force Gaming, for the culture of my stream. I'd like to sub your channel. Thank you, some ordinary gamers. It was good.
Let's take a look. Gigantic, here's a blast from the past. They're releasing the Rampage Edition, which is what they are calling the premium and definitive version of the original hybrid MOBA. And yes, you heard correctly, I said Gigantic, the team-based multiplayer game with all sorts of funky playable characters that first released back in 2017. I thought the game was pretty neat. I liked it well enough. It reviewed fairly decently, but clearly not decently enough, because a year later in 2018, they eventually shut the game down. Well, it's back, no longer in the hands of Perfect World Entertainment. This time around, the game is being published by Gearbox, and I'm actually pretty excited here. So Gigantic, it's like a blending of multiplayer hero shooter with a MOBA. You'll choose from a roster of unique heroes, each with a set of upgradable abilities, and compete in 5 vs 5 game modes, teaming up with 4 other players to control objectives and take down the opposing team's guardian while fighting other players and trying to protect your own. Some key features of this updated release include the original cast of 23 returning heroes, along with 2 brand new ones. Every one of these 25 playable characters come with their own unique set of offensive and defensive abilities, fitting a variety of playstyles. Clash, the original 5 vs 5 MOBA-like game mode from Gigantic's first release, is making a return, as well as the new edition of Rush, which is said to be more accessible, fast-paced, and action-packed, letting players jump into the action quickly. They've also added 2 brand new maps. There's Picaro Bay, a breezy seaside location with a big old pirate ship, and then Heaven's Ward, an industrialized district with an old power plant, warehouses, and factories. There's plenty of customization, just like the first game, the first time it came out at least. You'll build individual hero loadouts to fit your playstyle. You'll also unlock and choose from a variety of hero and weapon skins, including new ones not seen in the original. They've also mentioned making various gameplay improvements, although I've not seen any specifics as to exactly what was improved and what's changed. They've said improvements have been made. And then finally, the game is cross-platform between console and PC. And following launch, they have said they've got additions coming, including adding a ranked mode, new hero skins, as well as releasing free content updates. The Gigantic Rampage Edition will be releasing again, this time on April 9th, 2024, coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. I don't know how well this game is going to do. It did shut down the first time around after all, and now it's coming out several years later into a brand new market. But you know what? I had a fun enough time playing. I'm happy to see it. I'll definitely check it out again, if for no other reason than for nostalgia's sake. Before we continue with this month's list, a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Dofus Touch, a mobile MMO with all of the features and content you'd expect from a PC MMO. The game is currently planning a global release, launching English servers on April the 3rd. Along with this update comes a reworked early game experience, making it more fun and approachable for new players. Dofus Touch touts the biggest MMO world on mobile, with over 10,000 maps to explore, thousands of monsters, quest items, and over 70 dungeons, as well as 15 original character classes to choose from. All of this interwoven with rich lore and storytelling, as the game is a prequel to the popular Wakfu animated Netflix TV series. If you're interested in learning more and checking out Dofus Touch for yourself, you can pre-register for the game using the link below. Everyone who joins the new English servers prior to April 10th will earn a free exclusive in-game shield skin. All right, now let's get back to this month's list. I'm really excited for the next game. It is No Rest for the Wicked, a top-down action RPG from Ori developer Moon Studios. The game aims to deliver brutal precision combat as you fight plague-ridden monstrosities and explore this dark, grim world that is entirely handcrafted, intricately interwoven, full of secrets, hidden areas, and randomly generated
more
loot.
isometric
As was the case
crap.
with their prior games, Moon Studios is hoping to bring a new twist and new approach to an already established genre, and it seems like they may very well deliver. I got the chance to play No Rest for the Wicked last month, spending a few days with the game. I was pretty obsessed. I came away really impressed and really enjoying the experience. Now, it is being called an ARPG, but this is quite different from games like Diablo or Path of Exile. No Rest for the Wicked shares more of its DNA with the Souls series than it does any traditional hack and slash ARPG, from its combat to the world structure and just overall game design systems. So speaking of combat, you've got weapons with attack chain combos, a variety of type of weapons that each have their own independent light and heavy attacks. Then of course there's blocking, parries, dodging, backstabs, and an array of conditional attacks with unique movesets for any attack made while sprinting, while dodging, and while falling. The combat in the game feels very weighty, with great sounds and pretty darn impressive animations to boot. Combat itself was one of the major highlights for me when playing the game. Another highlight was the exploration, and that is because they have built and crafted these static levels with really interwoven design, lots of circling back into, over, and under locations, which really incentivized exploration and looking around, checking every nook and cranny of the environment. Pretty much no matter where I went in the game, everywhere ended up connecting to somewhere either I've already been or somewhere that I can eventually go in the future. Oftentimes you'll see in the background locations that you can eventually reach once you happen to find the path to get there. You'll come across plenty of locked doors that require keys, ladders you can't climb until they're kicked into position from above, or bridges that can't be crossed until you find your way to the other side and lower them. Other features of the game that share similarities to the Souls-like genre include how they handle gear and upgrades. Every single weapon in the game, for example, scales with one or more particular attribute, and those attributes can be boosted by spending points when you level up. And then there's the fact that you find armor and weapon shards used as a blacksmith to upgrade said gear. The game also has equipment loads as well, so based on how heavy your gear is, it's going to put you in one of 3 weight categories, and then that category impacts the distance and speed of your dodge. So yeah, No Rest for the Wicked feels more like a top-down Souls game than a Diablo or Path of Exile style loot grinder, although there is loot in the game that come in different rarities with stats and perks, and these drop at random from enemies and treasure chests. In fact, every single run of a level, the loot that drops from anywhere will be entirely different, adding a random element to every playthrough. No Rest for the Wicked launches into early access on April the 18th, coming first to PC and then to PlayStation and Xbox. Yeah, it's really best to think of this as a top-down Souls-like with this handcrafted, like highly detailed levels and random loot. That is basically this game in a nutshell. I really enjoyed playing it last month, and I am super stoked to jump back in. And hey, you know what? It's got co-op to boot too, so if you got a friend to play with, that's pretty cool. Next up is Sandland, a single-player action RPG where you play as Beelzebub. Working together with a team of misfits, you must learn how to control his powers and lead your crew on an adventure, exploring the legendary world of Sandland, based on a manga created by Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama. You'll dive headfirst into a desert world where both humans and demons suffer from an extreme water shortage. In order to solve this crisis, you must hunt down the legendary spring hidden within the desert. In the process, you'll come across many many dangers, including bandits, fierce wildlife, and the Royal Army attempting to keep you at bay. To deal with these threats and make your way around the world, you'll develop tanks and other vehicles using a wide array of part combinations. Some key features of the game include a third-person action combat system. As you're playing as Beelzebub, you've got the typical assortment of attacks and defensive abilities in third-person action games, light and heavy attacks with combo chains, there's aerial juggling, even sneak attacks, and then of course defensive options like blocking and dodging. There are skills and abilities with a progression system that gives you access to a skill tree to enhance your skills for whatever particular playstyle you happen to enjoy. There are even skill trees for your various party members. But then also, the game's got a big focus on vehicular combat as you design, customize, and operate a large variety of vehicles, including battle tanks with powerful cannons, motorbikes that speed through the desert, and jump bots to bounce all over the place to explore every single corner of this world. As you progress, you'll unlock new and better vehicles that can be leveled up with various mechanical parts, including weapons, engines, and suspensions. And then there's also a base building element as you develop your camp inside the city of Spino. In your adventures, you'll befriend these exiled people of the desert, bringing them back to the city, and then by completing tasks for them, you will unlock useful materials and features. In doing so, you can watch your town and its capabilities grow. And then besides the open world exploration and combat, it's got mini games as well, like side activities including racing, bounty hunts, and these things called battle arenas. Sandland launches on April 25th, coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. I gotta say, this game actually has a really interesting look. I quite like the vibrant colors and the cell shading and character and world design. It all really pops. Combat seemed okay as well from the gameplay trailers that we saw. I'm pretty interested in learning more. Next up, we've got Manor Lords, a medieval strategy game featuring in-depth city building, large-scale tactical battles, and complex economic and social simulations. The game has you taking on the role of a medieval lord. You will start with nothing, then build up a village, and continue to progress your estate into huge, bustling cities. You'll need to manage resources and production chains while simultaneously expanding your lands through conquest. In Manor Lords, you will have full freedom of placement and rotation. The game lets you build your empire exactly as you please, with mechanics inspired by the growth of real medieval towns and villages, where major trade routes and the landscape will influence how settlements are shaped and developed. So for example, they say that you'll be spreading outward from a central marketplace. You will build your residential, commercial, and industrial districts following the natural lay of the land. You'll want to establish farms based on soil fertility, position hunting grounds according to animal populations, and ensure access to adequate resource deposits and forests that provide the raw materials needed for your growth. Then, as you expand, competing ambitions between you and neighboring lords inevitably will lead to conflict, at which point you'll lead your people into battle, training skilled
How many of these are they making? And I don't think any of them have been successful.
At times, these soldiers will need to crush rebellions or suppress bandits. Other times, you will lead them into direct conflict and battle to conquer or defend territory. When needed, mercenaries can even be hired to help bolster your ranks. Manor Lords is launching on April 26th for PC and Xbox. Gotta say, this seems like a really super fleshed out, feature and systems rich medieval simulation game. I'm pretty impressed with what they've shown. And then also impressive is that apparently this started out as a solo developer passion project and eventually grew to where it is now, sitting as one of the most wishlisted games on Steam. Gotta hand it to them, that is quite the feat. Next up here, we have got Dark and Darker. Now I gotta say, although no official release date has been announced, about 2 weeks ago the game showed up on the Epic Games Store, and it can currently be wishlisted with a launch said to be coming soon, leaving many people speculating of a possibility of a release later in this month. Dark and Darker has actually been playable continuously over recent months on a third-party website for some time, with the developer regularly updating the game. We've seen various patches and updates making tweaks to gameplay, adding new playable classes and brand new maps to play on. So what is it? Well, if you happen to miss the craze back when this game was on Steam for a brief while, this is a dungeon diving extraction game with the bones of a game like Tarkov, but inspired by the world of Dungeons and Dragons. You'll enter dungeons, fight off skeletons, cyclops, wendigos, and all sorts of other fantasy creatures while searching for loot and resources, and at the same time avoiding or fighting other players, as it is full-on PvP. Then at the end of each run, you either try to extract via these blue portals,
definitely gonna
or
buy
if you're feeling
Dwarf
brave,
Fortress.
you can take the red portals down to an even more difficult, dangerous dungeon below. The game was incredibly popular when it first came to Steam, topping the charts, but due to a lawsuit its developers going through with Nexon, where they are basically being accused of stealing a large portion of game code to make this game, it was eventually pulled from the platform. Even still, it has maintained a decent player base size while available on third-party websites, although those numbers aren't really technically verifiable as far as I'm aware. But regardless, Dark and Darker does keep getting updated. It was a really fun game that I enjoyed playing when it was available. We may very well be seeing it sometime this month or sometime relatively soon. So that is the main list, the best looking new games, according to me, my personal opinion, that are coming out in April. Let's take a look at some of the honorable mentions. These are pretty good looking too because, well, they're on the honorable mention. So, Sons of Valhalla. This is a combat and base building game set in the Viking Age. You'll be building fortresses and laying siege to enemy strongholds, gathering warriors and boarding longboats as you engage in personal combat, raiding and conquering across England. The game combines side-scrolling combat with base building strategy in this beautiful pixel art Viking Age world. Base building is vital to success. You'll develop towns and actively manage your economy, or raid neighboring villages to take what it is you need, steadily accumulating power to challenge the military might of your enemy and go out into the countryside to conquer villages, gather resources, and draw others to your cause. Once your stronghold is operational and your warriors ready for battle, it is then time for conquest. You will lead your men into tactical combat, issuing orders, utilizing special abilities and formations, while you, being a true warrior, lead from the front, taking up your sword to fight alongside your army. I know side-scrollers aren't going to be for everyone, but honestly, this thing looks pretty cool. I really like the visual style as well. Sons of Valhalla launches on April 5th, coming to PC. Infection Free Zone is a survival simulation game set in a zombie-infested apocalypse following the worldwide spread of the Mad Virus. You must do all you can to create a safe haven for your survivors. So this is actually really interesting. You can actually type into the game the name of any city or town and then download the real map of that location to start building your survival colony. The game uses OpenStreetMap's real-world data, letting you choose any actual place in the world as the base of operations for you and your colony. So you'll establish what is known as an infection-free zone, setting up shelters and production facilities, adapting existing buildings to new ones, building farms and powerhouses, and establishing defenses with walls, gates, and towers. Every single night, your settlement will be in danger of being attacked by large hordes of infected. You'll fight them off with melee and ranged weapons, vehicles, walls, and light. And your zone isn't the only one. Your survivors will find other survivor colonies. Some will be friendly and willing to trade, others will be extremely hostile, resulting in various conflicts. This is a really cool sounding idea, pretty interesting concept for a zombie survival simulation game that uses real-world location data. Seems like it could be a lot of fun if you like this kind of thing. Infection Free Zone will be launching on April 11th and is coming to PC. Stellar Blade is a story-driven action-adventure game coming exclusively to PlayStation 5. Y'all know how much I love console exclusives. Ravaged by strange, powerful creatures, Earth has been abandoned, and what is left of the decimated human race has fled to a colony in outer space. You play as the 7th Airborne Squad member EvE, arriving on the desolate remains of our planet with a clear-cut mission to save humankind by reclaiming Earth. The game features high-octane action combat, they say, as you slash a path through the remnants of Earth, facing epic boss encounters that challenge both your brain and your brawn. Wow, look at that. You'll explore a highly detailed post-apocalyptic world that blends beauty and horror to spectacular effect as you go on an unforgettable adventure unraveling a narrative filled with mature themes, mystery, and revelation. You know, this game got a lot of buzz about a week ago for some reason. Not quite sure why. Can't put my finger on it. Nothing in particular really sticks out. Although I will say, the action combat looks really good. Maybe that's why everyone's so excited. Stellar Blade launches exclusively to PlayStation 5 on April the 26th. And then before we go, there's actually quite a few beta tests and alphas that are taking place in April that I think you should know about. For starters, it looks like we are inching ever closer to the global release of Throne and Liberty. Amazon has announced that closed beta testing will take place on April the 10th, lasting for a full week. What's odd here is that it is a closed confidential test, meaning there will be a strict NDA, so you will not be seeing any streams or any videos of the game for this test. And that is of course strange because Throne and Liberty has already released with the Korea version launching late last year. Although we expect there to be some differences, like with localization and maybe a few cash shop adjustments, the core of the game is almost certainly going to be exactly the same. Like at least 99% of it we don't expect to change. So having an NDA seems sort of odd. Maybe they're just trying to dodge any negative press from people focusing on the existence of a cash shop and how their progression systems are tied by some of the monetization. But again, the game's already out in Korea, so we know what it is. We know what to expect, barring a few adjustments and the localization. Like I said, 99% is probably going to be identical between the Korean and the global release, but whatever. Either way, I am still keen to play the game. I love the look of the world. I love the graphical fidelity, the open world exploration, the seamless fast travel. Combat seems like in a way better place than it was during last year's test. And it looks like there are some really fun and cool, interesting content and features and open world PvP. There's just a lot about the game that I'm excited to try out, even if I end up abandoning it because I run into the cash shop wall in terms of late game gear progression. We will see. Once again, Throne and Liberty's global beta will be starting on April 10th. You can register for a chance to be invited on their website right now. Once Human, the open world MMO PvP survival
yes,
zombie
Once Human is April, is it?
monster collection base building survival game that, despite combining most every single game genre that exists, isn't a total convoluted mess, believe it or not. They had a very successful second beta with many people thoroughly enjoying it. I myself count myself among them. I really had a fun time with the game. It's definitely feature and content rich, that's for sure. There is a lot going on here, and even in the limited beta testing, like, the game had more content and features than many full-blown MMOs that release nowadays. Again, think like open world looter shooter that's like a combination of like The Division, Destiny, Defiance, The Secret World. That is the general gist of it, and then with like a layer of survival and base building elements on top. So they got a new beta test spinning up shortly. This will start on April the 3rd, very, very soon. You can register now on the website, although it is important to note that they're only letting in the first 150,000 players who download the launcher.
No
to start.
thanks.
So you got to be on it. Pay attention to like social media. And
I'm not doing that shit anymore. I'm not lusting after the things I can't reach. Like, honestly, it's a good way to distinguish those things that maybe I don't want.
But you got to be on top of it if you want to be in there from the jump. Yeah, again,
I'm not going to be on top of it.
I am still keeping in mind, however, that as much as they might profess otherwise, there's a decent chance we're going to be smacked with some like pay to win, pay to progression elements once the game does officially release. But as a game, the content, the features, Once Human is pretty cool. At the very least, you should check out the beta as far as I'm concerned. Lastly, for betas, we have got Core Punk, alpha actually. After what was considered a bit of a rough first test, Core Punk is getting another alpha this month. The developers have taken a lot of the feedback from the last test, they said, doing things like speeding up some of the progression, especially the level grind, and then the rarity of resources when farming. They've added also a lot of quality of life features, like moving vendors around so they're not so spread out, and refining the questing system to make the experience a lot more streamlined. All around, it seems like they were receptive to feedback.
No more isometric bullshit looking like League of Legends,
which I am happy to see, because I really enjoyed
Evolve.
the first test. Particularly the combat I thought was a lot of fun. It felt super good to play. It's like playing a MMO version of a MOBA. Problem was they had a lot of pacing issues and progression issues. Just a few larger problems that bogged down the experience as a whole. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed for meaningful improvements here, hoping for the best as always. Core Punk's second public alpha is scheduled to begin on April 23rd. Will be lasting a full week until April the 30th. And with that, we will wrap up this month's list. Thanks as always for checking it out. For this month's games, my top picks, like what am I most interested in playing? No Rest for the Wicked is all the way at the top of the list. I just had a blast with the demo. It was like a single level, but it was so much fun, and I'm so interested to see how big the game is, how fleshed out the world is. But the combat's a lot of fun. The random loot grind is a lot of fun. The world exploration was a lot of fun. I just really, really enjoyed the game, so I cannot wait for that. I'm also interested, if I have the time, in checking out Manor Lords. If Dark and Darker actually releases, I'll definitely try that. And I am planning to play every single one of those betas. Throne and Liberty's beta, Once Humans beta, and the alpha for Core Punk. I need to play all of these for sure, no questions asked. So there you go. That is it for this month. What did you guys think? Any games on there you're looking forward to? Let me know in the comments below. But that will do it. I'll see you guys next time. Take it easy.
Thank you. Oh, did Never Knows Best do something new?
It's that time of the year.
No, I've seen this one already. You know, it's weird. I should have liked... I think about it sometimes. I should have liked The Outer Worlds, but I don't. Even though it's Obsidian, and I know it's a good game, and I even kind of like the combat in it, but I can't play it for some reason. And it actually was designed more for somebody like me, I think. It's weird. Oh no, is he talking about fucking... Let's go look at Starfield Rush, the ending. Bioshock in space. Here's how Judas is trying to be more than just... Why are you trying to push Judas so much? Oof. Oh, my weapon broke. Damn it. What was that? That was my tiger disappearing, wasn't it? Yep. Expensive. Alright, let's see what else we can kill here. We'll kill a demon. Which way am I going? Yeah, that's about right. The Elder Scrolls 6 Dyreni, my pitch. Okay. Michael Keaton breaks down his most iconic characters. Soundtrack from an imaginary Western full album. Most unique open world RPG on Steam that you've never heard of before. Okay, here we go.
What's
Here's
up, guys?
thank you, Splattercat Gaming, for the excellent content from our stream. I've liked and sub to your channel. This is called the most unique open world RPG on Steam that you've never heard of. Dread Delusion.
Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie game.
Oops. I muted by mistake.
Nothing quite like.
Sorry.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we'll be taking a look at a very special title. This is one of those games that nothing quite like it really exists on Steam. This is a singular role-playing open world adventure. And while it's very, very old school, it's also kind of a love letter to my childhood, or really anybody that was between the ages of, like, I don't know, 12 and 25 in the late 90s. This is exactly the kind of game that I can remember booting up Windows ME and playing back in those days. It's very, very evocative, or I guess it's very, very indicative of a game like Morrowind or like Daggerfall or maybe Ultima Underworld or King's Field or something like that. This is a game that is effectively the video game equivalent of a period piece, and I've played it for about 6 or 7 hours over the course of the last few days in order to prepare for this video, and I think my initial thoughts are ready. The game of the day is called Dread Delusion, and it's an open world RPG that takes place in a completely unique original world that's very much FromSoft inspired, where nothing really makes sense, and yet the people that live inside of it sort of accept that nothing makes sense because it's a world that's constantly undergoing entropy and sort of change. It's a game where you can't rely on anything being there in 24 hours, and the culture of the game world sort of reflects that. So in Dread Delusion, this is a post-apocalyptic RPG where the world has shattered and it no longer exists in the down below. It does, but we can't really go down there. And all of humanity exists on kind of like these little floating islands that are all over the place, and they're constantly crashing into one another. They're constantly reconfiguring themselves. In order to deal with this, the world has dealt with it by effectively making magical maps that update themselves, and constantly, that's one of the big research things in this world, is how do you make a map that's always correct, even though everything is moving around, and you're going to help out with that process as well during the course of the game. But people have killed their gods in revenge for this happening. The gods are actually real, tangible things that exist. You can speak to them, you can touch them, they can give you blessings, they can give you curses. They're sort of like these occult freakish bugs, I guess. And some people worship the bugs, and some people want to hunt the bugs to extinction. And the people that wanted to hunt the bugs to extinction, democracy prevailed, they killed all the bugs, and so now there are very few gods left. and the cults that support the few gods that are left are waging a never-ending war against the apostatic union, which are the guys that slew the gods. Effectively, they call themselves the Inquisition, and they're obsessed with hunting down whatever few gods remain and getting rid of them because they think that that will, like, fix the world, and that the shattering is the gods' fault. So let's dive in. Let's play the game for about 30 minutes. There's, what is that right there? Huh. Let's play the game for about 30 minutes, and let's see if it's something that suits your fancy. This is a game that by no means, I don't think this is going to be a game for everybody. I don't think this is going to be a game that everybody's going to see and be like, yeah, dude, I want to play that right this second. But this is definitely a game for a certain type of gamer that was around, sort of around the time period where games like Arcanum were coming out, of Myths and Magic Obscura. It's kind of a love letter to those games that came out in a time period where people were trying a lot of new things, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. This game really, in my opinion, embodies those ideas of a strange world with strange mechanics and a lot of exploration, and there's some interesting hooks that this game can get into you if you are the type of gamer that this game is actively targeting. If after watching this you wanted to get the game for yourself, I got a link for you down below in the description. This game is in early access, but it is rapidly approaching 1.0 currently. I can break that. It is rapidly approaching 1.0. It has new maps, it has lots of things to do. To give you some idea of the depth of content that's here, I've been playing for 5 or 6 hours in preparation for this video, and I have not even left the first major continent yet. I had a bridge pass that I was going to break out to get us into one of the new territories today, but that's a spike trap. I don't want to step on that. But I traded it in for a quest. Hey, we got it on the first go. I traded it in for a quest that took me to another zone, and so I've done a lot of the things that are on this first starting continent, but I haven't done all of them yet. Right now I'm just exploring, because that's really what this game is all about. If you're the kind of RPG player that doesn't really care about challenge, doesn't really care too much about things like loot collection or anything else like that, you're just purely into exploration and what's over the next hill, this is probably a game that's really good to get under your skin, because you can see the design philosophy of this game, and I'll show it to you if I remember once we get out of this dungeon. I saw a castle up on a hill, and so I was like, I'm gonna go inside that castle and see what's in there. Ooh, a fine ore, nice, I need that. I was gonna go inside the castle and see what's going on with it. Most of these locations will have some kind of prevailing narrative. A lot of it's going to be emergent, so you're going to get it by, like, reading lore that's in the area, or there will be some kind of guy you can talk to. I'm getting shot at. Let's get this guy right here. Luckily, these bandits are not really a threat for me anymore. Ugh, stamina's a little bit low. Let me pull back real fast. Oh, that guy's drinking a health potion. Where's the other person? Oh, there's a guy up there, too. The shield guy we got to deal with as well.
Looks good.
There we go. Knock the shield back. Take him out. These other guys are probably accessible through that door up there. Let me get a health potion bumping right there. I should probably actually get a stamina popping as well. I haven't slept in a while, so my stamina is decreasing on me. There's very, very light survival mechanics in this game. You don't need to, like, feed and water your character, although I think that would be a good idea for the game to have, like, a hardcore mode where there's, like, food around and you've got to feed and water yourself. But your stamina does gradually go down the longer you go without sleeping, and so every now and again I gotta freshen myself up with a little bit of adventure meth in order to, you know, really get the eyes jiggling. You guys are... Oh, okay, this guy's got armor on. I wanted to see if I could knock back his shield. He's stuck right